You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. The headlights behind me hadn't moved in the last hour. After all, how many roads lead out of town at 2 a.m.? Looking in the rearview mirror, a chill began to run up my spine. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, and my knuckles turned white. The monotonous hum of the road had long since disappeared, replaced by the thunder of my own heart in my ears. I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes always returned to the mirror, watching those unmoving lights. It had been a long day. I had stayed late at the office, finishing a project that couldn't wait until the next morning. When I left, the city streets were almost empty, except for the occasional taxi or a late-night driver. I had enjoyed the quiet drive home, eager to lie down in bed and forget about deadlines and demanding clients. Now that solitude felt oppressive, the darkness pressing in on me from all sides, broken only by the glow of my dashboard and those persistent headlights behind me. I fumbled for the radio, desperate for some noise to fill the silence. Static crackled through the speakers, punctuated by fragments of late-night talk shows and country music. I left the radio on, preferring the static to the silence. I considered pulling over and letting them pass, but something stopped me. What if they didn't pass? What if they stopped too? The thought sent a new wave of panic through me, and I pressed the accelerator harder. The speedometer climbed to 70, 75, 80 miles per hour. The headlights kept pace effortlessly. My hands were slippery with sweat, now sliding across the steering wheel as I took a turn too fast. The tires squealed in protest, and for a moment I thought I might lose control, but the car stayed on the road. I needed to calm down. I was letting my imagination run wild. There was a perfectly reasonable explanation for this. Maybe they were going the same place as me. Maybe they were as scared of me as I was of them. A flash of red and blue in my rearview mirror cut through my rationalizations, and my stomach dropped. It wasn't just a car behind me. It was a police car. Relief and embarrassment washed over me in equal measure. Of course, it was the police. They had probably seen me speeding and were waiting for a safe place to pull me over. Looking for a good place to pull over, I saw a sign for a rest area. Perfect for stopping. I'd pull in there, get my ticket, and continue on my way. This whole ordeal would make a funny story tomorrow. The rest area was deserted when I pulled in, my tires crunching on the gravel. I parked near the entrance under the bright glare of a flashing streetlight. In my mirror, I saw the police car pull up behind me, blocking my exit. I took a deep breath and grabbed my driver's license and registration, but the police car door didn't open. The lights remained on, casting sinister shadows across the empty lot. I waited, my heart racing again. Why weren't they getting out? I turned around in my seat to get a better look. That's when I saw it, or rather, didn't see it. There was no one in the driver's seat of the police car. The cab was empty. Ice flooded my veins. This couldn't be happening. I closed my eyes, certain that I must be seeing things, but when I opened them, the scene remained unchanged. Empty police car, lights flashing, blocking my only exit. I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. Had the cop left without me noticing? Were they approaching my car now? I scanned the area, but saw no movement in the shadows. I grabbed my cell phone to call for help, but when the screen lit up, my heart sank. There was no signal, of course. I was miles from anywhere, alone at a deserted rest stop with a ghost car. A noise to my left made me jump. I turned my head to look for the source. There, at the edge of the light, I saw a tall, broad-shouldered figure dressed in what looked like a police uniform. Relief flooded me. There was a cop after all. It was all just a misunderstanding. I rolled down my window ready to explain, but as the figure approached, the words died in my throat. It wasn't a cop. The uniform was right, but everything else was wrong. The face was hidden in the shadows, but I could see that the proportions were wrong. The arms were too long. The shoulders were too broad and unnatural. I searched for the window control, desperate to close it, but before I could, a hand reached out and grabbed the frame. It was pale, almost translucent, with long fingers ending in sharp, blackened nails. A low, guttural sound emerged from the figure, something between a growl and a laugh. Panic seized me, and I put the key in the ignition, not caring about the consequences. The engine roared to life, and I put the car in reverse. The tires spun on the gravel, kicking up stones. The hand on the window squeezed, leaving deep scratches in the paint. For a terrifying moment, I thought I was stuck. But then the tires gained traction, and the car lurched backward. There was a horrible scream as the creature's hand was torn from the window. I kept going, swerving around the empty police car and back onto the highway. I drove like I'd never driven before, pushing my old sedan to its limits. The speedometer shook, going from 90 to 100, the world outside becoming a blur of darkness and scattered lights. I expected to see those flashing lights behind me again, but the road remained empty. It wasn't until I saw the familiar skyline of the city that I finally began to slow down. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely keep the steering wheel straight. Sweat had soaked through my shirt, leaving me cold in the night air. I pulled into the first 24-hour gas station I saw and parked under the bright fluorescent lights. For a long time, I sat there with the engine idling, trying to process what had happened, whether it was real or if I had dozed off at the wheel, conjuring up a nightmare in my tired mind. Slowly, I got out of the car. My legs were weak and could barely support me. I walked to the driver's side, dreading what I might find, and there they were, 4 deep gouges in the paint, right where the window met the door. Undeniable proof that something had tried to get in. I sank to the ground, leaning against the car, and let out a sob. A concerned attendant came out to see how I was, probably thinking I was drunk or on drugs. I waved him away, not knowing how to begin to explain what had happened. When I finally felt stable enough to drive again, I went straight home. I checked all the locks, closed all the curtains, and curled up under the covers like a child afraid of the dark. Sleep was out of the question. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that pale hand reaching for me. When the first light of dawn began to filter through the windows, I made a decision. I quit my job, packed a suitcase, and booked a flight to visit my parents. I needed to escape to a familiar and safe place while I decided what to do next. As I drove to the airport, I constantly checked my rearview mirrors for any sign of pursuit. I knew one thing for sure. I would never drive alone at night again, because the darkness held many secrets, many things that defied explanation. And somewhere out there, on a lonely stretch of highway, something was waiting for the next unsuspecting driver, unaware of the terror lurking in the shadows. The experience changed me in a way I'm still trying to understand. I became hypervigilant, always aware of my surroundings, always on the lookout for possible threats. My friends are commenting on my new paranoia, but how can I explain it to them? How can I make them understand the fear that now lives in my bones, the knowledge that the world is not what we think it is? Sometimes, late at night, I find myself drawn to the window, staring out, and in those moments, I swear I can see a figure in the distance, standing just beyond the reach of the streetlights, waiting, reminding me that no matter how fast I run, no matter how safe I think I am, the night will always be there, and with it, the memory of that terrifying trip and the creature that almost got me. Next story. The forest had swallowed the trail an hour ago, but I kept going as the sun sank below the tree line, casting long shadows across the unfamiliar terrain. I realized I was hopelessly lost. That's when I saw a glimmer of light in the distance, promising shelter from the approaching darkness. Little did I know I was walking into a nightmare. My boots crunched on the carpet of pine needles as I walked toward the light. The day had started with a perfectly clear sky, a well-marked trail, and the promise of breathtaking views at the summit. I had told myself that this solo hike was exactly what I needed to clear my head after weeks of stress at work. Now, as the temperature dropped and the forest grew darker, I cursed my overconfidence. I had strayed from the main trail hours ago, lured by what I thought was a shortcut, but by the time I realized my mistake, the familiar markers had disappeared, replaced by dense underbrush and towering trees that all looked the same in the dim light. My cell phone had lost its signal long ago, and the map app was useless without a connection. As I got closer, I could make out the shape of a small cabin nestled in a clearing. Even if no one was home, it would give me shelter for the night, and I could figure out my way back in the morning. As I drew nearer, details emerged from the darkness. Aged gray wooden walls, a small porch slightly bowed by the weight of the years, but warm light spilled from the windows, and I could see smoke rising from the chimney. Someone was home. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, suddenly hesitant. There was something strange about the scene, though I couldn't quite put my finger on it. Perhaps it was the absolute silence. No birds, no insects, not even the whisper of the wind in the trees. Or perhaps it was the way the light from the window seemed to flicker and dance, as if from a campfire rather than electric bulbs. My survival instincts fought with my desperation for shelter. In the end, desperation won. I took a deep breath and stepped into the clearing, heading for the front door. The porch creaked under my weight. As I raised my hand to knock, before my knuckles could touch the wood, the door swung open and a man stood there, illuminated by the warm glow from inside. He was tall and thin, with a shaggy beard and piercing eyes that seemed to see right through me. "Hello, stranger," he said. His voice was rough as if from lack of use. I swallowed hard, fighting a wave of unease. "Sorry to bother you," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I was hoping I could use your phone to call for help, or maybe get directions back to the main road." The man's eyes narrowed slightly, but then his face broke into a broad smile. "No fellow traveler should be out in the cold," he said. "Come in." He stepped back, gesturing for me to enter. I hesitated for a moment, then stepped over the threshold. The interior of the cabin was small but cozy, dominated by a large fireplace where flames danced merrily. A few pieces of rustic furniture were scattered about, and I could see a small kitchen in one corner. "Sit down," the man said, pointing to a worn armchair near the fireplace. "Warm yourself. I'll take care of the phone for you." I sat down, gratefully feeling the warmth of the fireplace drive away the chill that had settled in my bones. When the man disappeared into another room, I took the opportunity to take a closer look inside the cabin. There was something strange that I couldn't quite put my finger on. The furniture looked old, almost antique, but well maintained. There were no personal touches, no photos, no knickknacks, nothing to suggest that anyone actually lived here. My eyes settled on a small table near the door. There was a collection of strange items scattered across its surface. A stained pocket watch, a handful of what looked like old coins, a pair of stained glasses. They looked like the kind of things you'd find in someone's pockets. The smell of the cabin was also strange. A smell of mold and something else. Something that had nothing to do with the fresh night air outside. These were personal items, but they didn't belong to the cabin's owner. They were trophies. The sound of footsteps made me turn around. The man had returned, but he wasn't alone. 2 other men had joined him, entering the room, both with the same thin, hungry look as their first companion. "I'm afraid we don't have a phone," the first man said. His tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp. It looks like last week's storm knocked down the lines, and they haven't been repaired yet." "I see," I said, struggling to keep my voice steady. "If you could point me in the direction of the main road, I'll be on my way." The three men exchanged glances. A silent communication passed between them. Then the first man spoke again, his voice dropping to a low growl. "Why would we do that? It's been so long since we've had a guest." I frantically searched for an escape route, but they had positioned themselves between me and the door. I was trapped. "What do you want?" I asked, hating the tremor in my voice. The man's smile widened, revealing teeth that looked too sharp and too numerous. "Why, we want you to stay, of course. Forever." They moved with inhuman speed, closing the distance between us in the blink of an eye. I lunged blindly and my fist connected with one of the men's jaws. He staggered backward, more surprised than hurt, and I took advantage of the moment of confusion to escape. I opened the door and plunged into the night. Behind me, I could hear angry shouts. I ran as I had never run before, branches slapping my face, roots threatening to trip me at every step. I had no idea where I was going, no plan other than to put as much distance between myself and the cabin as possible. The forest was completely dark now, the trees looming like silent sentinels on all sides. I stumbled more than once, only to get up and keep running. Eventually, the sounds of pursuit grew fainter, but I didn't slow down. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but terror kept me moving. When I finally couldn't run anymore, I collapsed against a tree, breathing in deep gasps of air as my racing heart began to slow. I listened to see if I was still being followed. The forest was silent except for the sound of blood pounding in my ears. Had I lost them, or were they still out there waiting? I lay there for what seemed like hours, too afraid to move, too afraid to make a sound. When the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving me exhausted and shivering in the cold night air, I knew I couldn't stay there. I had to keep moving. I had to find my way out of this forest before they found me again. With aching muscles protesting every movement, I got up. The sky was beginning to lighten, the first gray signs of dawn breaking through the canopy above. With the growing light came a wave of hope. I could do this. I could survive this. I chose a direction and started walking, keeping my ears alert for any sound of pursuit. My mind raced, trying to understand what had happened, who those men were, what they wanted with me. The questions piled up, each more terrifying than the last. Hours later, I finally broke free of the tree line, stumbling onto a paved road. A passing car took pity on me and gave me a ride to the nearest town, where I immediately went to the police. They listened to my story with skeptical expressions, but agreed to send a team to investigate the cabin. They returned empty-handed. There was no cabin, they said, no clearing, no sign that anyone had lived in that part of the forest for decades. I tried to forget that night and convince myself that it was all a stress-induced hallucination. But sometimes, when I close my eyes, I can still see those men, hear their voices, feel the terror of being hunted through the dark forest. And sometimes, when I look in the mirror, I swear I can see something in my eyes, something hungry, something that doesn't belong to me. And I wonder if I really escaped that night, or if a part of me was left behind in that cabin, replaced by something else, something that followed me home from those dark woods. Now I avoid forests, but no matter how fast I run, no matter how well I hide in the city streets, I can't shake the feeling that somewhere out there, deep in the wilderness, 3 men are waiting for me to get lost again, waiting to welcome me home. Next story. The first crash from upstairs made me pause the movie. The second sent shivers down my spine. And by the third, I knew something was terribly wrong in this house. I should have been taking care of the children, but now I wasn't sure they were safe. I had been working as a babysitter for the Millers for about 6 months. They were good people, always paid on time, and their children, Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, were usually well behaved. Tonight was supposed to be a night like any other. Mr. and Mrs. Miller had gone out for their monthly date night, leaving me in charge until around midnight. The evening had started out normally. I made macaroni and cheese for dinner, gave the kids their favorite supervised bath, and then tucked them into bed with a story. By 9 p.m., the house was quiet, and I had settled onto the couch with some homework and the TV on as background noise. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from upstairs, like something heavy falling onto the carpet. I turned off the TV and listened intently for a few moments, but there was nothing but silence. I was about to chalk it up to my imagination when I heard it again, this time louder. I told myself that maybe one of the kids had gotten up to use the bathroom, or maybe it was just the house, because old houses make weird noises all the time, right? But then came the third thud, followed by what sounded like footsteps, heavy footsteps, not the light patter of children's feet. I got up slowly and my textbook fell to the floor, forgotten. "Emma, Liam," I called, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is everything okay up there?" Just more silence. I took a deep breath, restraining myself, because I had to check on the children. After all, it was my job, but as I approached the stairs, every instinct told me to run, get out of the house, and call for help. I ignored the voice of fear and started climbing, each step creaking under my weight. The hallway was dark, with shadows stretching sinisterly from the nightlight connected to the wall. I went to Emma's room first, pushing the door open slowly. "Emma," I whispered, staring into the darkness. My hands searched for the light switch and I blinked when the room was suddenly illuminated. The bed was empty and the covers thrown back, as if she had left in a hurry. My breath caught in my throat when I noticed her favorite stuffed animal, a worn teddy bear she never slept without, on the floor. Panicked, I ran to Liam's room, which was next door. The same scene, an empty bed, rumpled sheets, no sign of the little boy who should have been fast asleep. "Emma, Liam," I shouted, no longer caring about keeping my cool. The house remained silent, mocking my growing fear. I checked the bathroom, which was empty, and the guest room, the closets, and even under the beds, nothing. As I stood in the hallway trying to figure out what to do next, I heard another noise, this time coming from downstairs, a soft scraping sound, as if furniture was being moved. Had someone broken into the house and taken the children? I needed to call the police. But what would I tell the Millers? I ran down the stairs with my phone clenched tightly in my hand, 911 already dialed and ready to go. But now I could hear something else, a low, rhythmic hum coming from the kitchen. I crept closer, my heart pounding so loudly that I was sure whoever was in there would hear it. When I reached the door, I took a deep breath and peeked around the corner. Emma and Liam were there, but they weren't alone. They were holding hands with a figure I can only describe as wrong. It was very tall, its head almost grazing the ceiling. Its limbs were very long, very thin, curved at strange angles. And its face, God, its face where its features should have been. There was only smooth, pale skin, interrupted by a wide, toothy grin that stretched from ear to ear. The creature was humming that sinister song, and the children were swaying with it, their eyes glazed and unfocused. I must have made a sound, a sigh, a moan, I'm not sure, because suddenly that featureless face turned toward me. The smile widened, if that was possible, and he raised a long-fingered hand in a grotesque parody of a wave. I don't remember making the decision, but the next moment I was running, as I had never run before, out the front door and into the street, screaming for help. Lights came on in neighboring houses. Curious and concerned faces appeared at the windows, but I couldn't stop. I couldn't explain. All I could do was run and scream. I don't remember much of what happened next. I have vague memories of police cars, of trying to explain what I had seen to skeptical police officers, of the Millers rushing home, their faces pale with worry, of the frantic search of the house that found nothing, no creatures, no signs of a break-in, and, most disturbing of all, no Emma and Liam. The days that followed were a blur of questions and accusations. The police suspected me at first, the babysitter who conveniently lost the children she was supposed to be watching, but there was no evidence of foul play, no sign of a struggle. It was as if Emma and Liam had simply vanished into thin air. The Millers didn't blame me, at least not openly, but I could see it in their eyes, the unspoken question, how could you let this happen? Days turned into weeks, weeks into months. The search for Emma and Liam continued, but hope dwindled with each passing day. I tried to move on with my life, to forget that terrible night, but the memories haunted me. The sound of that buzzing, the sight of that smiling, featureless face, they followed me in my dreams, turning them into nightmares. I stopped babysitting. I couldn't bear the thought of being responsible for someone else's children, not after what had happened. I threw myself into my studies, trying to drown out the guilt and fear with academic activities. But late at night, when the house was quiet and the shadows lengthened, I found myself listening for that soft thud, that sinister buzzing, wondering if the creature would come for me too. It was almost a year later when it happened. I was home alone, studying for my final exams, when I heard that familiar sound coming from upstairs. My blood ran cold. For a long moment I sat there, frozen, unable to move. Then slowly I got up. I knew I should run. I should call for help, but part of me needed to know, needed to see. I started up the stairs, each step seeming to take an eternity. The upstairs hallway was dark as it had been that night, but this time there was a faint glow coming from under my bedroom door. With a trembling hand, I reached for the doorknob. I hesitated for a moment, then braced myself and pushed the door open. In the center of my room stood Emma and Liam, looking exactly as they had a year ago, not a day older, and behind them, with its long arms draped over their shoulders, stood the creature that raised its head when I entered, that terrible smile spreading across its featureless face, and then, in a voice that seemed to pass over my ears and speak directly into my mind, it said, "Welcome home, my dear. We've been waiting for you." Emma and Liam turned to me, their eyes still glassy and unfocused. They held out their hands, inviting me to join them, and despite every instinct screaming at me to run, to fight, to do anything but give in, I felt my feet move forward. When I took their hands, the creature's smile widened impossibly, and the room began to disappear, replaced by a swirling darkness. The last thing I remember is the sound of that sinister buzzing, growing louder and louder until it drowned out everything else. I woke up in my bed the next morning, convinced it had all been a terrible nightmare. But when I got up, I noticed something on my bedside table that made my blood run cold. A small, worn teddy bear, Emma's teddy bear. I'm no longer a babysitter. I don't sleep with the lights off, and every night I lie awake listening for that soft tapping, that sinister buzzing, wondering when the creature will return, wondering if next time I'll have the strength to resist its call. Because deep down, I know that the truth is not a question of if, but when. And when it comes, I'm not sure I'll be able to say no. Next story. The first sign of trouble was the gas station attendant's broad smile. The second was the way the whole town seemed to fall silent as we drove through. By the time we realized something was terribly wrong, it was too late. My wife Sarah and I had been on the road for hours. We were on our way to her sister's wedding, taking back roads to avoid highway traffic. Sarah's idea, a chance to see some of the country's hidden gems, she said. As our car sputtered and died on the outskirts of a town I didn't even know the name of, I was starting to regret agreeing to her plan. "We're going to miss the rehearsal dinner," Sarah groaned, her head banging against the dashboard. I tried to start the car again, but the engine just whined pathetically. "There's a town just up ahead," I said, trying to sound more confident than I was feeling. "We'll get some help and be back on the road in no time." Sarah didn't look convinced, but she nodded. We got out and started pushing the car toward town. The late afternoon sun beat down on us, and by the time we reached the quiet welcome sign for Millbrook, We were both sweaty and irritated. The town looked like something out of a Norman Rockwell painting, with quaint storefronts and neatly trimmed lawns, but there was something strange about it. The streets were empty, even though it was only just past 5 p.m. The only sound was the crunch of our shoes on the sidewalk and the distant barking of a dog. At the corner of Main Street, a bell rang as we entered the convenience store attached to the gas station, and a man behind the counter looked up at us. His smile was immediate and wide, very wide, stretching his face in a way that made my skin crawl. "Welcome to Millbrook," he said in his overly cheerful voice. "What can I do for you today?" I explained our car trouble, and his smile widened even more. "Oh, that's no problem at all. Our town mechanic, Old Bill, can fix anything with an engine. Why don't you sit down and I'll give him a call?" We sat down on plastic chairs near the window, watching as the attendant made his call. Outside, I noticed that a few people had appeared on the street. They all seemed to be looking in our direction, with the same unsettling smiles as the attendant. "Is there something strange about this place?" Sarah whispered. Before I could answer, the attendant returned. "Good news. Bill is on his way and should be here in an hour. Why don't you take a look around town while you wait? Millbrook has some really nice scenery." We thanked him and left, both eager to get some fresh air. More people appeared and all greeted us enthusiastically with broad smiles. "Welcome to Millbrook," a woman called from her porch. "I hope you're enjoying your stay," a man shouted from across the street. There was an intensity that made my nerves tingle, and the smiles, those unchanging, overly broad smiles, were starting to make me dizzy. We turned a corner and found ourselves in a small park, where a group of children were playing on a rusty swing set. Their laughter echoed unnaturally in the quiet town. They stopped and turned toward us in unison, their faces splitting into those same sinister smiles. "I think we should go back to the gas station," Sarah said in a low voice. I nodded, my face pale. We turned back but found our path blocked by a group of townspeople, all smiling and staring at us with an intensity that made my heart race. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" one of them asked, his voice sweet as syrup. "The fun is just beginning." We backed away, but more people were appearing from all directions, surrounding us. Their smiles never faded, even as their eyes grew cold and predatory. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Why, we want you to stay," a woman said. "Millbrook is always looking for new residents, and you two seem like the perfect fit." Sarah grabbed my hand, squeezing it tightly, and I could feel her shaking. "That's very kind of you," I said, forcing my own smile. "But we really need to get to my sister-in-law's wedding, you understand?" The crowd closed in, and I swear I heard joints popping as they moved. "Millbrook is the kind of place you never want to leave, isn't it, folks?" a man said. A chorus of agreement spread through the crowd, the sound unnatural. They began to close in, their hands outstretched as if to grab us. Panic washed over me. I grabbed Sarah's arm and yelled, "Run!" We pushed through the crowd, hands grabbed at our clothes, trying to hold us back, but somehow we broke free. We ran through unfamiliar streets, the sound of pursuit close behind us. The entire town seemed to have come alive, all of them chasing us with those horrible, unchanging smiles. We turned a corner and found ourselves back on Main Street. Our car was still at the gas station, and to my shock, it looked like it had been fixed. The hood was closed, and I could see the keys in the ignition. "We can make it," Sarah gasped, and we ran toward it, the sounds of the townspeople closing in behind us. As we reached the car, a hand grabbed my shoulder. I turned to see the gas station attendant, his smile now one of rage. "Trying to leave without saying goodbye," he growled. I pushed him away and dove into the driver's seat. Sarah was already inside, closing the door. I turned the key, and the engine started. The townspeople surrounded the car, banging on the windows, terrible smiles still plastered on their faces. I put the car in reverse, not caring if I hit anyone. As I pulled out of the gas station and onto the road, I could see them standing in the middle of the street watching us in the rearview mirror. Their smiles never faded, even as they grew smaller in the distance. We drove in silence for a long time, both too shaken to speak. It wasn't until we passed a sign welcoming us to the next county that Sarah finally spoke. "What was that place?" she asked, her voice little more than a whisper. I clenched my hands, still gripping the steering wheel tightly. "I don't know, and I never want to find out." We arrived at her sister's wedding as the rehearsal dinner was ending. We didn't tell anyone about our experience in Millbrook. Who would believe us? In the weeks and months that followed, I couldn't shake the memory of those smiles. I woke up in a cold sweat, the echo of their cheerful voices ringing in my ears. Sarah and I avoided talking about it, but I could see in her eyes that she was haunted by it too. We started taking longer trips when traffic was bad, and whenever we passed through a small town, I felt my heart race, half expecting to see those unnatural, wide smiles greeting us. Sometimes I wonder if Millbrook is still there, waiting for unsuspecting travelers, if there are others trapped behind those smiling faces, silently screaming for help, or if it was all some kind of shared hallucination caused by the heat and stress. But then I catch a glimpse of someone smiling a little too much, or hear a laugh that sounds a little too cheerful, and I feel the same panic rising in my chest. And I will know, deep in my bones, that what we experienced was real, and that somewhere out there, in the hidden corners of the country, Millbrook is waiting with open arms and broad, unchanging smiles, ready to welcome its next new residents. And I'll drive a little faster, my eyes fixed on the road, trying to escape the memory of a town where everyone smiles, but no one is happy. Next story. The first time I saw him looking at me, I thought it was a coincidence. The second time, I told myself he was just being friendly. But the third time, when I found my favorite mug in the wrong cupboard, I knew there was something terribly wrong with the man who had moved in next door. It all started on a crisp fall morning, the kind where the air smells like fallen leaves and possibility. I was carrying groceries when I first saw him. He was standing in the doorway of the unit across the hall, watching me struggle with my bags. I offered a polite smile, which he returned after a very long time. "I just moved in," I said, searching for my keys. He nodded, never taking his eyes off my face. "Yesterday, I'm Michael." "Nice to meet you, Michael. I'm Emma," I replied, finally managing to unlock my door. "Welcome to the building." He stood there staring at me until I closed the door. Over the next few weeks, I continued to run into Michael, who always seemed to be in the hallway when I left for work or came home. I tried to be friendly, talking about the weather or complaining about the elevator, but his responses were always short, his gaze intense and unflinching. Then I started noticing him outside the building. I would catch glimpses of him across the street when I went out for my morning run. He was at the coffee shop, where I worked with my laptop on weekends. Once I even saw him at the grocery store, lurking at the end of the aisle while I was picking out cereal. I told myself I was being paranoid. New York was a big city, but neighborhoods could feel small. It was natural that we would continue to cross paths. Besides, Michael had never done anything threatening. He was just always there. But then things in my apartment started to change. Small things at first. A book out of place on the shelf. A window I could have sworn I closed but was left open a crack. I blamed it on distraction, stress from work, and the sleepless nights I was putting in to finish a big project. Until the mug that finally convinced me something was wrong. It was my favorite, a handmade ceramic piece my sister had given me for my birthday. I always kept it in the cabinet right above the coffee maker, but one morning I opened the cabinet and it wasn't there. I found it 2 cabinets up, nestled among plates I rarely used. My hands shook as I made my coffee that morning. There was no way I could have put it there, no way I could have been that distracted, which meant someone else had been in my apartment. I had a feeling I knew who it was. I started taking precautions. I changed the locks, installed a security camera in my living room, and asked the building manager to check if anyone had requested access to my apartment. She assured me that no one had, but the uneasy feeling in my stomach lingered. The camera footage showed nothing out of the ordinary, but items continued to move around my apartment. The pillows were arranged differently when I got home, and the books on my nightstand were in a new order. Once I even found a shirt I had never seen before mixed in with my dirty laundry. I couldn't sleep, jumping at every noise and creak in the old building. I started staying late at work, dreading the moment when I would have to go home. My friends noticed the change in me, but how could I explain it? I had no proof, just a growing certainty that my neighbor was somehow getting into my apartment and moving things around. The possibilities were terrifying. 3 months after Michael moved in, I woke up to a noise in my living room. My heart leaped into my throat as I lay there, my ears straining in the darkness. I heard someone trying to move silently across the hardwood floor. I grabbed my phone with trembling hands, ready to dial 911, but as my fingers touched the screen, a shadow fell across my bedroom door. "Emma." Michael's voice was soft, almost gentle. "I know you're awake." I closed my eyes, praying it was just a nightmare. When I opened them again, he was still there, a dark silhouette against the dim light of the living room. "How did you get in here?" I managed to whisper, my voice trembling. He let out a low laugh that sent shivers down my spine. "I've always been here, Emma. You just didn't notice me before." He took a step into the room and I leaned against the headboard. "Stay away from me," I shouted, finally finding my voice. "I'm calling the police." "No, you're not," he said calmly, and to my horror, I saw my cell phone in his hand. "I didn't want it to be like this, Emma. I wanted you to invite me in of your own free will, but you're making this difficult." My mind raced to find a way out of this nightmare. The window was too high to jump out of, and he was blocking the only door. I decided to keep talking, trying to keep him talking while I looked for something I could use as a weapon. Michael took another step closer, and in the dim light I could see his face. His eyes were wide and feverish. His smile was too wide and full of teeth. "I want us to be together, Emma. I've watched you for so long. I know everything about you. Your hopes, your fears, your dreams. We're perfect for each other. Can't you see that?" "You don't know me," I said, tears streaming down my face. "You're sick, Michael. You need help." His face darkened, his smile turning ugly. "I love you. Why can't you understand that?" He moved toward me, hands outstretched. I screamed and rolled out of bed, narrowly avoiding his grasp. I ran for the door, but he was faster, grabbing my arm and pulling me back. We struggled, hitting my dresser. I felt something sharp in my hand and grabbed it without thinking, a pair of scissors I had left lying there. I stabbed him hard, feeling the blade hit something soft. Michael let out a howl of pain and stumbled backward. I didn't wait to see how badly I had hurt him, and ran out of the bedroom, through the living room and down the hall. I banged on doors, screaming for help. Lights came on, doors opened. My neighbors appeared confused and alarmed. Someone was calling the police. I collapsed in the hallway, shaking and sobbing. The police arrived quickly and found Michael in my apartment, bleeding from a cut on his arm, and took him away in handcuffs. He kept shouting my name, saying he loved me and that we were meant to be together. The following days were a blur of statements to the police and victim support services. I learned that Michael had been stalking women for years, moving from city to city when things got too hot. He chose me as his latest obsession, but I was the first to fight back. I couldn't stay in that apartment after what happened. I changed jobs, even changed my name, but the fear lingered for months. I would wake up in the middle of the night, certain I could hear footsteps in my living room. I would jump at unexpected noises and tremble when strangers got too close. Years later, I'm doing better thanks to therapy and a support group for stalking survivors. But I'll never forget the terror of that night, the feeling of violation knowing that someone was in my space, watching me when I thought I was alone. Sometimes, when I'm walking down the street or sitting in a cafe, someone looking at me, probably innocent, just a curious glance or a friendly smile, but for a moment, I'm back in that apartment with Michael's eyes fixed on me. I rush home, lock the doors, and remind myself that I'm safe now, that he can't hurt me anymore. But late at night, in the silent darkness of my new apartment, I still wonder how long he was really watching me, how much he saw, and most frightening of all, that there is someone else out there watching me, even now, waiting for their chance to make me their obsession. Next story. The moment the lights flashed on and off, I knew this wasn't going to be a normal night shift. In the sudden darkness, surrounded by the hum of servers and the eerie glow of emergency lights, I realized I wasn't alone in the data center, that there was someone here who shouldn't be here and who was after something much more valuable. I had been working the night shift at Centex Data Solutions for about 6 months. It was a comfortable job most nights, monitoring the systems, doing some routine maintenance, and occasionally rebooting a server that decided to act up. The pay was good, the hours suited my night owl tendencies, and the solitude gave me time to work on my side projects. That night started like any other. I arrived at 10 p.m. and waved to the day shift guy as he practically ran out the door, and settled in for my 12-hour shift. The first few hours were uneventful. I ran some diagnostics, answered a few emails from the international team, and was about to eat my midnight snack when it happened. The lights flickered once, twice, and then for a moment there was total darkness. Then the red glow of the emergency lights kicked in, bathing everything in a sinister crimson hue. My first thought was a power outage, but that didn't make sense. We had multiple redundancies, including a generator that could power the entire building for days. This kind of total blackout shouldn't be possible. I tried to contact my supervisor, but the line was dead. My cell phone had no signal. It was as if we had been completely cut off from the outside world. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from somewhere in the server room. My heart rate skyrocketed. I should have been the only person here. "Hello?" I called out. I tried to keep my voice steady, but no one answered. I could have sworn I heard footsteps. I grabbed a flashlight from my desk and slowly entered the maze of server racks. The beam of light cut through the red darkness, illuminating rows and rows of flashing lights and humming machines. This is a secure facility. If you are here, you must identify yourself immediately. But again, there was no response. As I turned a corner, I caught a glimpse of movement out of the corner of my eye, someone hiding behind a server rack. My palms were sweaty and the flashlight slipped in my fist. With my phones turned off, I had no way of contacting anyone, and if these intruders were after what I thought they were, I couldn't just walk away. I crept forward, all my senses on high alert. The constant hum of the servers, which was normally background noise to me, now seemed deafening. I strained to hear any sound that might reveal the intruder's position. Near the most sensitive servers, I heard low voices, urgent whispers that I couldn't make out. I turned off my flashlight and pressed myself against a server rack, getting closer and closer. A voice hissed, "We don't have much time. I'm working as fast as I can." Another replied, "This encryption is state of the art. It's not like cracking your grandmother's Facebook password." I peeked around the corner, and my blood ran cold. 2 figures were hunched over a laptop that was connected directly to one of our most secure servers. They were all dressed in black, their faces hidden by masks. This was bad, really bad. That server contained some of our clients' most confidential data, trade secrets, financial records, personal information, the kind of stuff that could ruin lives and bring down companies if it fell into the wrong hands. I had to do something, but I wasn't an action hero. My combat skills were limited to pressing buttons on video games, but I couldn't just stand by and let this happen. I came out of my hiding place and moved away from the server. "You're breaking into a secure facility," I said, trying to sound more confident than I felt. The 2 figures turned around. For a moment, we all just stared at each other, frozen in shock, and then one of them laughed. Well, Looks like we lost one. What are you gonna do, tech boy? I swallowed hard. The silent alarm has already been triggered and the police are on their way. It was a bluff, but I hoped they didn't know that for sure. The two looked at each other. He's lying, the one with the laptop said. If the alarm had been triggered, we would know. Our infiltrator was sure of it. That explained how they got past our security. It doesn't matter, the first one said. We were almost done anyway. He turned to me, and I saw the glint of a gun in his hand. As for you, I'm afraid we can't have any witnesses. Time seemed to slow down. I saw his finger tighten on the trigger. At that moment, pure instinct took over and I dove to the side, hitting a server rack. The gun fired, the sound deafening in the enclosed space. The alarm began to sound. Apparently the shots were enough to trigger the system the hackers thought they had disabled. Red lights began to flash, adding to the chaos. I ran between the rows of servers. I could hear them behind me, shouting and knocking things over in their pursuit. I needed a plan, because I couldn't outrun them forever, and eventually they would corner me. Then I remembered the fire suppression system. It was my last desperate resort that would probably fry millions of dollars worth of equipment, but now it was my only chance. I turned sharply toward the control panel, bullets ricocheting off the metal around me. I reached the panel and slammed my hand on the emergency button. Immediately, a siren began to sound even louder than the alarms that were already blaring, warning that the fire suppression system had been activated. You have 30 seconds to evacuate, an automated voice announced. No, I heard one of the hackers shout. We're not done yet. But it was too late. With a loud hiss, the room began to fill with halon gas. The hackers' curses turned into coughing and then gasps for air. I held my breath and ran for the exit, praying I could make it before the gas overcame me. Everything went blurry before my eyes as I finally made it through the door and into the hallway, breathing in large amounts of fresh air. Behind me, I could hear the hackers stumbling out, but they were clearly weakened. When they recovered, the sound of approaching sirens filled the air. The next few hours were a blur of police statements, paramedic exams, and frantic calls from upper management. The damage to the data center was extensive, but our customers' data was safe. The hackers were arrested and their plan foiled. When I finally got home with the sun rising on the horizon, I was exhausted but strangely excited, having faced real danger and emerged victorious. I had protected the data I was responsible for, even at great cost, but as the adrenaline wore off, a sobering thought occurred to me. This attack was sophisticated and well planned, and it would not be the last in our increasingly digital world. Data was the new gold, and there would always be those willing to go to extremes to get it. I realized then that my job wasn't just to monitor systems. I was on the front lines of a new kind of war, fought with keyboards and code instead of guns and bombs, and I was determined to be ready for the next battle. My mind was already full of ideas for improving our security, but for now, sleep was calling. After all, I had another night shift tomorrow, and in this line of work, you never knew what challenges each night might bring. Next story. The first growl echoed through the cave, freezing us all in place. The second made our blood run cold. By the third, we knew with terrifying certainty that we weren't alone in this dark, underground labyrinth, and whatever was here with us was hungry. It was supposed to be a simple day hike, a chance for me and my 3 closest friends to escape the city and enjoy some fresh air. Jake, our self-proclaimed wilderness expert, had heard about a little-known trail that led to some spectacular views. Sarah, always up for an adventure, jumped at the idea. Mike and I were more hesitant, but we eventually gave in to their enthusiasm. The hike started off great. The weather was perfect, cool with a light breeze. We laughed, shared stories, and marveled at the beauty of nature around us. After a few hours, the trail became less defined. Jake assured us we were on the right track, but I could see the uncertainty in his eyes. By late afternoon, we had to admit we were lost. The sun was setting in the sky, That's when Sarah spotted the entrance to the cave, half hidden behind a set of rocks. "We should spend the night there," she suggested. "It would protect us from the wind, and we could find our way back in the morning." With darkness approaching and no better options, we reluctantly agreed. The cave entrance was narrow, forcing us to go in single file. I went last, casting one last glance at the fading daylight before stepping into the darkness. The interior of the cave opened into a larger chamber, and our flashlights cast eerie shadows on the rough stone walls. Water dripped somewhere in the distance, the sound echoing eerily. "Well, this is cozy," Mike said, his attempt at humor falling flat in the oppressive atmosphere. We set up our makeshift camp, spreading out our sleeping bags and dividing the meager rations we had left. No one felt much like talking. The weight of our situation, lost in a cave with limited supplies, was beginning to sink in. I was about to suggest we try to get some sleep when we heard a low growl that seemed to come from the very walls of the cave. We all froze, our eyes wide in the dim light of our flashlights. "What was that?" Sarah whispered, her voice trembling. "Probably just the wind," Jake said, but he didn't sound convinced. Then we heard it again, louder and closer. "It's not the wind," Mike said, standing up. "We need to get out of here." But when we turned toward the entrance, another growl came from that direction. Whatever it was between us and our only way out. "There must be another way," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Caves like this usually have multiple chambers. Maybe we can find another exit." It was a weak plan, but it was all we had. We quickly gathered our things, our hands shaking as we stuffed our sleeping bags into our backpacks. The growls were getting more frequent, now interspersed with the sound of something large moving in the darkness. We moved deeper into the cave, our flashlights providing little illumination in the total darkness. The tunnel narrowed and then widened again into another chamber, but this one was not empty. Our lights fell on a pile of bones in the corner, some of which were clearly human. Sarah let out a muffled sob. Oh God, what is this place?" In response, a roar shook the cave, so loud that it made my ears ring. And then we saw it. It emerged from a dark crevice, a creature that shouldn't have existed. It was huge, about 2 meters tall, with a body that looked like a mixture of a nightmare and something almost human. Its eyes reflected the beams of our flashlights with an ominous yellow glow. Saliva dripped from jaws filled with teeth as long as my fingers. For a moment, we all froze in terror. Then Jake screamed, and we all sprang into action, rushing down a side passage. The creature's roars and the sound of its enormous body scraping against the rock behind us filled the air. We ran blindly, taking turns leading the way. I don't know how long we ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in the darkness, but we ended up in a small chamber with no other way out. We were trapped. The creature's roars grew closer and closer, and we pressed ourselves against the wall, flashlights pointed at the entrance. I could feel Sarah shaking beside me, hear Mike's rapid, panicked breathing. "What do we do?" someone asked desperately. My eyes searched desperately for something that could help us. That's when I noticed the strange marks on the wall behind us. They looked ancient, like cave paintings, but there was something strange about them. They seemed to glow brightly in the light of our flashlights. On impulse, I reached out and touched one of them, and to my shock, my hand went right through the stone, and I choked. "I think I found something," I said, but before I could explain, the creature appeared at the entrance to our chamber and filled the entire opening, its yellow eyes fixed on us with predatory intensity. With no time for explanations, I began pushing Sarah toward the wall, through the marks. I don't think they understood, but survival instinct took over. One by one, they pressed themselves against the wall and disappeared. The creature roared in anger when it realized its prey was escaping. When I felt its hot breath on my neck, I threw myself against the wall. There was a moment of vertigo, a feeling of falling, and then I was falling onto the soft grass under an open sky. I looked up and saw Sarah, Mike, and Jake staring at me with wide eyes. Behind us was a rock, no sign of the cave entrance, just those same strange sparkling marks. Somehow, we had been transported out of the cave and back to the surface. But as the adrenaline wore off and relief set in, new questions arose. What was that creature? How had we traveled through solid rock? And most troubling, how many other hikers had stumbled into that cave and never returned? When we finally found civilization in the days that followed, our story was met with disbelief by the park rangers, who searched the area we described, but found no cave, no monster, only those strange marks which they dismissed as common rock formations. In the months that followed, we tried to move on with our lives, but the memory of that night in the cave haunted us. We had seen something that defied explanation, experienced something that challenged everything we thought we knew about reality. I found myself researching cryptozoology, cave systems, and even quantum physics, searching for any explanation for what we had seen. Sarah threw herself into her work, while Mike turned to religion, finding comfort in faith. Ironically, Jake vowed to abandon the outdoors entirely. We don't talk much about that night anymore. It's too unbelievable and terrifying to put into words, but sometimes, when I'm alone in the dark, I swear I can hear a distant growl and wonder if that creature is still lurking in its underground lair, waiting for its next unsuspecting victims. And I think about those marks, that impossible portal that saved our lives. Who put them there? Are there others scattered around the world waiting to be discovered? I don't have any answers, but I know one thing for sure. The next time someone suggests a hike to see some spectacular views, I'm staying home. Some things are better left alone. Are you still there? If so, subscribe to the channel and leave it a like. It helps me to tell these stories to more listeners. Next story. The first crack of glass made my heart race. The second made me realize it wasn't just the wind. By the third, I knew with sick certainty that someone was trying to break down the door and that I was alone in a house miles from help. I should never have agreed to house sit for my aunt. Her house was beautiful, a sprawling country home nestled in the rolling hills of Vermont, but it was also isolated. The nearest neighbor was a mile and a half down a winding dirt road. When she asked me to stay for a week while she was on vacation, I jumped at the chance for a quiet getaway. Now, listening to the sound of breaking glass downstairs, I was regretting my decision with every fiber of my being. The day had started out normally. I woke up late, enjoying the luxury of sleeping without an alarm, made a leisurely breakfast, and settled out on the porch with a book, enjoying the warm summer sun. As evening approached, I went inside and made dinner, then curled up on the couch to watch a movie. I heard a soft thud outside and paused the movie, listening intently for a moment, but there was nothing but silence. My first thought was that my aunt had come home early, but when I approached the front door, I saw a shadow pass by the window, a figure much larger than my petite aunt. That's when the first crack of glass made me run back. Now, huddled in the guest room upstairs, I could hear them moving around downstairs, the heavy footsteps of boots on the wood, the crash of something being knocked over. My hands trembled as I fumbled with my phone, trying to dial 911, but when the call tried to connect, I remembered my aunt's words when I arrived. Cell service is spotty here. If you need to make a call, use the landline in the kitchen. The kitchen where the intruders were now. I suppressed a sob of frustration and fear, but told myself there had to be a way out of this situation. I looked around the room for something I could use as a weapon. My eyes fell on a heavy brass lamp on the bedside table. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. I grabbed the lamp, clutching it tightly as I dragged myself toward the door. The hallway was dark, the only light coming from downstairs. I could hear them talking now, their voices low. "Gruff, go check upstairs." My heart leaped into my throat. I looked around frantically and saw a linen closet at the end of the hallway. Without thinking, I headed for it, stepping inside just as I heard footsteps on the stairs. Through a crack in the door, I saw a man pass by. He was tall, broad-shouldered, and dressed all in black. I held my breath, praying he wouldn't check the closet. He went from room to room, his boots heavy on the wooden floor. I could hear him rummaging through drawers and opening cabinets. Just when I thought he was about to discover my hiding place, a shout came from downstairs. "Hey, I found something!" The man turned and ran down the stairs. I let out a shaky sigh, my legs shaking so much that I had to lean against the wall. I knew I couldn't stay in the closet forever. Sooner or later they would find me. I had to get out of the house. Holding the lamp, I opened the closet door. The hallway was empty, and I crept toward the stairs, straining my ears for any sound of movement below. I could hear them in what sounded like my aunt's office. They were arguing about something, their voices rising with frustration. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs, trembling with every creak of the old wood that I was sure they could hear. I reached the bottom of the stairs and stopped to listen. They were still in the office. The front door was only a few feet away. If I could just get there. I took one step forward, then another. The door was so close, just a few more steps. Suddenly a floorboard creaked loudly under my foot. The voices in the office stopped abruptly. "What was that?" one of them asked. I abandoned all attempts to hide and ran to the door, pulling it open and stepping out into the cold night air. Behind me I could hear screams and the sound of footsteps. I ran down the porch steps and across the lawn toward the woods surrounding the property. Branches whipped my face as I plunged into the trees, but I didn't slow down. I could hear them hitting the bushes behind me, their angry shouts echoing in the darkness. I ran without knowing where I was going, driven only by the need to escape. My lungs were burning, my legs ached, but I kept running. The sound of pursuit seemed to be getting weaker, or was it just my imagination? Thinking I might have lost them, my foot caught on a path and I fell hard. The lamp flew out of my hand. I lay there, dazed and breathless. Then I heard voices closer. They were coming. I searched desperately for somewhere to hide. That's when I saw a large hollow log a few meters away. Without hesitation, I dove into it, curling up as small as I could. From my hiding place, I watched the beams of light from the flashlights sweep across the forest floor and heard their angry murmurs. Where did she go? She can't be far. I held my breath, pressing myself even further into the trunk. I thought, please, please don't let them find me. The minutes passed like hours. I could hear them moving around in search of me. More than once, a beam of light passed over my hiding place, and I was sure I had been discovered, but each time they moved on. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, I heard one of them say, "Forget it. She's long gone. Let's get out of here before someone shows up." Their footsteps receded, and soon the forest was quiet again, but I didn't move. I was too scared, too unsure if it was really over. I don't know how long I stayed huddled against that tree trunk, probably hours. The sky was beginning to lighten when I finally mustered the courage to crawl out. My whole body ached, and I was covered in dirt and scratches, but I was alive. I had survived. I returned to the house cautiously, half expecting the intruders to appear at any moment, but the place was quiet. The front door was open, and inside I could see evidence of their search. Drawers pulled out, items scattered on the floor. With trembling hands, I picked up the landline and called the police, who arrived quickly, lights flashing and sirens blaring. I gave my statement that day, still unable to believe what had happened. The police said it was probably just thieves, opportunistic tourists who thought the house was empty. But in my nightmares, I still see them chasing me through those dark woods, their angry screams echoing in my ears. After that, I couldn't stay at my aunt's house anymore because the place that had seemed so peaceful was now contaminated and unsafe. I moved back to my small apartment in the city, finding comfort in the constant noise and the presence of other people. But sometimes, late at night, when the city falls silent and the shadows seem to lengthen, I find myself thinking about that night and how close I came to, I don't know what. And I wonder about those men, who they really were and what they were looking for. I'll probably never know the answers. But one thing is certain. I'll never house sit in a remote location again. The peace and quiet just isn't worth the risk. Next story. The moment I saw his thumb sticking out at the side of the desolate highway, I knew I shouldn't stop. But as the lone figure grew larger in my rearview mirror, curiosity overcame my better judgment. That decision would plunge me into a nightmare that would haunt me for many years. The sun was setting over the vastness of the Mojave Desert, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the landscape broken only by the occasional weed or distant mountain range. My eyes were heavy, my back ached from too many hours behind the wheel. I was eager to reach the next town, wherever it was, and end the trip. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road with his arm outstretched and his thumb up in the universal hitchhiking sign. As I approached, I could see more details. It was a man, probably with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. There was a large backpack at his feet. Every instinct told me to keep driving. I had heard all the stories about the dangers of picking up strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere. But something about the man's posture, the slump of his shoulders, made me hesitate. He looked desperate and defeated. Before I could talk myself out of it, I was slowing down and pulling over a few feet ahead of him. I watched in my side mirror as he ran toward the car, and his face broke into a relieved smile. "Thank you," he said as he opened the passenger door. "I thought no one would stop." I nodded, trying to calm the uneasiness in my stomach. "Where are you headed?" "Just as far as you're willing to take me," he replied. "By the way, I'm Jim." "Alex," I said, pulling back onto the highway. "Nice to meet you, Jim." For the first hour or so, everything seemed fine. Jim was quiet, but polite, answering my occasional questions with brief responses. He said he was trying to get to California for a fresh start. Maybe I had been paranoid earlier. As night fell and the desert darkened around us, Jim began to open up more and ask me about myself, where I was from, where I was going. I gave him vague answers, but I still didn't feel entirely comfortable sharing too much personal information. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to just disappear?" he asked suddenly, his voice taking on a strange tone. "To leave everything behind and become a completely different person." I looked at him, a chill running down my spine despite the warm night air. "I guess I can say I have," I replied cautiously. Jim laughed, but there was no humor in it. "Well, I've been doing that a lot lately." After that, the conversation died down, and an uncomfortable silence filled the car. My eyes turned more frequently to the rearview mirror. The road behind us was empty and stretched into the darkness. "Can I change the radio station?" Jim asked after a while. "Sure," I said, grateful for the break in the tension. As he leaned forward to fiddle with the knob, I saw something that made my blood run cold. Tucked into the waistband of his jeans, partially hidden by his shirt, was the unmistakable shape of a gun. My mind raced to figure out what I had gotten myself into. Was he a criminal on the run? Was he planning to rob me, or worse? I tried to keep my voice steady as I spoke. "So Jim, where exactly in California are you headed?" He turned to me, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "I told you I didn't have a specific destination, right?" Cursing myself for the slip, I said, "I must have misheard you." Jim was watching me now, his previous friendliness replaced by something harder and more calculating. My heart was pounding in my chest. "You seem nervous, Alex," he said in a low voice. "Are you okay?" I nodded, perhaps a little too enthusiastically. "Yeah, I'm fine, just tired. I think we've been driving for a long time. Maybe we should stop," Jim suggested. "No," I said quickly, then tried to recover. "I mean, I'm fine. There's a town up ahead. I think we can stop there." Jim didn't respond, but I could feel his eyes on me. The silence in the car was oppressive, broken only by the hum of the engine and the occasional static on the radio. I was trying to figure out what to do when I saw a sign for a rest stop just a mile ahead. It wasn't ideal, but it was something. Maybe I could find a way to get help, or at least get away from Jim. "I'm going to stop at that rest stop," I announced, trying to sound casual. "I need to use the bathroom." Jim nodded slowly. "Okay." I pulled into the rest stop, my mind racing with half-formed plans. There were a few other cars parked there, which gave me some comfort. As soon as I pulled over, I unbuckled my seatbelt and reached for the door handle. I wouldn't do that if I were you. I turned to find the gun in his hand pointed directly at me. My heart felt like it was going to explode in my chest. "Jim," I said, my voice breaking, "you don't have to do this. Whatever you're running from—" "Shut up," he interrupted. "Start the car. Let's go." "Please," I begged, "just take the car. You don't need me." He smiled humorlessly. "But I see you're my insurance policy. As long as I have you, no one will look too closely at me. We're just two friends on a road trip, right?" As we pulled out of the rest stop, I saw a family getting back into their minivan. I wanted to yell, honk, do anything to get their attention, but the cold pressure of the gun against my ribs kept me silent. We drove through the night, and Jim directed me onto smaller and smaller roads. I lost track of where we were. Every mile took us further away from safety and any hope of rescue. As day began to break, Jim instructed me to turn onto a dirt road that led into the desert. It seemed like hours before he finally told me to stop. "End of the line, Alex," he said, gesturing for me to get out of the car. With trembling legs, I stepped out into the desert. The sun was rising and casting long shadows across the barren landscape. Jim followed me out of the car, the gun still pointed at me. "I'm sorry it had to be this way," he said, and for a moment I thought I saw a flash of regret in his eyes. "You seem like a good guy. Wrong place, wrong time, I guess." I closed my eyes, waiting for the shot that would end it all, but it never came. Instead, I heard the sound of footsteps retreating, and then a car door slamming. I opened my eyes in time to see my car disappear in a cloud of dust. Jim was gone, leaving me stranded in the middle of the desert with nothing but the clothes on my back. It took 2 days for someone to find me. 2 days of scorching heat and freezing nights, of thirst and hunger, and the very real fear that I was going to die there. When a park ranger finally spotted me, I was delirious, sunburned, and on the verge of collapse. The police never found Jim or my car, and I was told I was lucky to be alive, that many victims of similar crimes weren't so fortunate. But as I lay in the hospital trying to make sense of what had happened, I didn't feel lucky. I felt violated, betrayed by my own compassion. It's been years since that night, but I still see Jim's face in my dreams. I still feel the pressure of that gun against my ribs, and every time I see a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I feel a mixture of fear and guilt as I speed by with my windows rolled up. I learned a hard lesson in the desert that day. Sometimes the most dangerous predators are the ones who look like us, the ones who take advantage of our kindness, our empathy. And sometimes the choice to help a stranger can lead us down a path from which there is no return. Next story. On the first night in our new house, I heard footsteps when everyone was asleep. On the second night, I found a door that wasn't there before. On the third night, I knew with chilling certainty that we weren't alone in this place, and that whoever was sharing our home didn't want us there. We were so excited about the move after years of living in a cramped apartment. Sarah and I had finally saved enough for a down payment on a house. It was a little run down, but structurally sound, as the real estate agent emphasized. The price was surprisingly low for the neighborhood, but we didn't question our luck. We were so excited about the prospect of space for our growing family. Sarah was 5 months pregnant with our first child. The first few days were a whirlwind of activity. The house creaked and groaned. but we attributed that to its age. I dismissed Sarah when she mentioned hearing strange noises at night. I was so focused on getting everything ready for the baby that I hardly noticed the odd cold spots in certain rooms, or the way shadows seemed to move in the corners of my vision. It was on the third night that things changed. I was up late painting the baby's room when I clearly heard distinct footsteps coming from upstairs, but that was impossible, as we didn't have an attic and Sarah was fast asleep in our bedroom on the second floor. With the paint roller still in my hand, I went upstairs to investigate. The sound had stopped, but when I reached the top of the stairs, I saw something that made my blood run cold. On the wall opposite our bedroom was a door I was certain hadn't been there that morning. I stood frozen, staring at it. It was old, the dark wood with an ornate brass doorknob that seemed to glow in the dim light. My instincts screamed at me to turn around, go back downstairs, and pretend I had never seen it. But curiosity, that damn human trait, drove me forward. My hand trembled as it reached the doorknob, which was cold to the touch, sending a chill down my spine. I took a deep breath and slowly turned the knob. The door opened with a sound that seemed to echo through the silent house. Beyond it was thick, impenetrable darkness. The beam of light from my cell phone flashlight barely seemed to make a mark on it. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small and frightened even to my own ears. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, just that oppressive silence. I took a hesitant step forward, then another. The floorboards creaked under my weight. The air felt thick and heavy, with the musty smell of long-abandoned spaces. Suddenly, my light fell on something that made my heart leap into my throat, a motionless figure in the darkness. I staggered backward and a scream of terror caught in my throat, but it wasn't a person. When my eyes adjusted, I realized it was a mannequin dressed in what looked like clothes from another century. Around it were piles of boxes and old furniture, all covered in a thick layer of dust. I let out a shaky sigh and was relieved that it was just an old storage room, probably sealed off for years and forgotten. Nothing sinister, nothing supernatural, just a strange oddity in an old house. I was about to turn back when something caught my eye. A glint of metal nestled among the boxes. Curiosity got the better of me once again, and I approached to investigate. It was a medallion, stained by age but still beautiful. There was an inscription on the back, but it was too worn to be understood. As I fumbled with the clasp to try to open it, I heard something that made my blood run cold, footsteps coming from behind me. I spun around, my heart beating so hard I thought it would explode in my chest. But there was nothing there, just the open door leading back to the familiar hallway of our house. That should have been my cue to leave, close the door, and never look back. But I didn't. Instead, I put the medallion in my pocket and continued exploring the room, which was larger than I had initially thought, extending into shadows that my light couldn't penetrate. The further I moved away from the door, passing mannequins and piles of old furniture, the colder it got, until I could see my breath. That's when I realized that the door was missing in front of me. That's when I heard a whisper so faint I almost didn't hear it. "Who's there?" I asked, the beam of my flashlight dancing wildly around the room, trying to keep the fear out of my voice. "Get out!" The whisper had become a roar that seemed to come from everywhere at once. I ran like I had never run before, through the maze of forgotten things toward the door, but it wasn't there. Where the door had been was now just another wall, more darkness. I was lost between walls, screaming for help, but my cries seemed to be swallowed by the oppressive silence of the room. When despair was about to overwhelm me, my hand brushed against something, the doorknob. With a sob of relief, I turned the knob and stepped out, slamming the door behind me. I stood in the hallway, panting, my heart racing. Had this really happened, or had I fallen asleep while painting and had some kind of vivid nightmare? But the weight of the locket in my pocket told me it had been real, all too real. I staggered back to my room, my mind reeling. I should wake Sarah and tell her what had happened, but how could I explain something I barely understood myself? In the end, exhaustion won out. I dragged myself to bed, telling myself I would figure it all out in the morning. But when morning came, the door was gone. The wall was smooth and unblemished, as if the events of the night had been nothing more than a dream. Even the medallion was gone from my pocket. I tried to convince myself that it was all just a dream, a hallucination caused by stress and paint fumes. But deep down, I knew the truth. Something was in our house, something that didn't want us there. In the weeks that followed, strange occurrences became our new normal. Objects moved on their own, doors closed without warning, and there were always footsteps at night. Sarah noticed it too. Sometimes I would catch her staring at the walls, a look of confusion and fear on her face, but we didn't talk about it. It was as if talking about the strange events would make them more real, more dangerous. Then came the night when I woke up and found Sarah's side of the bed empty. I searched the entire house, calling her name. I was about to call the police when I heard her. Her muffled but unmistakable voice came from behind that damn door that had reappeared in the hallway. I didn't hesitate this time. I threw open the door and plunged into the darkness. "Sarah!" I shouted, my voice echoing in the cavernous space. John, help me!" Her voice sounded distant and frightened. I ran toward the sound, barely aware of my surroundings, passing shapes and things I couldn't identify, but none of that mattered. All that mattered was finding Sarah. I found her in what looked like an old nursery, surrounded by old dolls and a rusty crib. She was curled up in a rocking chair, her hands protecting her swollen belly. "Sarah," I breathed with relief. "What happened? How did you get here?" She looked at me with eyes wide with fear. "I don't know. I woke up and I was here. John, what is this place? What's happening to us?" Before I could answer, a cold wind swept through the room, and the dolls' heads turned, their glassy eyes staring at us. And then we heard that voice again, no longer a whisper, but a bone-chilling scream. "Get out!" We ran hand in hand and fled through the impossible, tortuous space of that hidden room. Behind us we could hear things moving. The air was filled with whispers and screams, the sound of 100 years of trapped souls. We made it back to the door, pushed through it, and I closed it behind me, leaning against it as if my weight could keep the horrors out. We didn't spend another night in that house. We packed what we could and left, abandoning most of our belongings and any hope of recovering our down payment. But our lives and our unborn baby were more important than money. Later, we learned the history of the house, of the tragic deaths, the disappearances, and the string of owners who fled during the night. We were lucky, according to the local historian, lucky to have escaped. But sometimes, late at night, I still hear those footsteps, still feel the cold touch of that medallion in my pocket, and wonder about the souls trapped in that hidden room. And I pray that they remain there, locked in that house where reality is distorted and nightmares come to life. Because I know the truth now. Some houses are never truly empty, and some doors, once opened, can never truly be closed. Next story. The moment I stepped onto the porch of that isolated farmhouse, I knew something was terribly wrong. The door was hanging off its hinges, and an eerie silence enveloped the property. My name is Claire, and I've been a social worker for almost a decade. I've seen it all. Homes ravaged by poverty, families torn apart by addiction, children with visible and hidden scars. But the Lawson case was different. This was the case that almost broke me. It started like any other day. I received a report on the Lawson family, concerns about neglect and possible domestic violence. The standard procedure was to make a home visit, assess the situation, and determine if further intervention was necessary. The file noted that the family lived in a remote area, but I hadn't realized how isolated it was until I found myself driving down a narrow dirt road, with dying cornfields stretching endlessly on both sides. The farmhouse suddenly appeared against the gray sky, like something out of a Gothic novel, weathered boards and several windows boarded up. When I parked the car, I noticed there were no other vehicles in sight. Strange, considering the file mentioned 2 parents and 3 children. I grabbed my bag and clipboard, took a deep breath, and approached the front door. That's when I noticed the first sign that something was wrong. The door wasn't just unlocked, it was partially open, swaying slightly in the breeze. On the white wood was a dark stain, disturbingly like blood, staining the white paint. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small and uncertain in the oppressive silence. "Mr. and Mrs. Lawson, this is Claire from Social Services. I'm here for our scheduled visit." There was no answer, not even the sound of movement inside the house, just that unnerving silence. I knew the protocol would be to call the police and let them handle whatever was going on here, but I couldn't help thinking about those 3 children mentioned in the file. What if they were in there, hurt or scared? It was my duty to make sure they were safe. So I pushed the door open and stepped inside. The interior was dark, the air thick with the smell of neglected mold and something else, something coppery and sickly that made my stomach churn. I called out again, searching for the light switch, which clicked but did nothing. So I pulled out my phone and used the flashlight to illuminate the room. What I saw made my blood run cold. The living room was a scene of chaos. Furniture was overturned, picture frames lay broken on the floor, and on the faded floral wallpaper were more of those dark, rust-colored stains. My heart raced, and I ventured deeper into the house. The kitchen was equally disturbed, with drawers ripped out and their contents scattered across the floor. A half-eaten meal sat on the table, covered in a thin layer of mold. Whatever had happened here hadn't been recent. As I turned to check the rest of the house, something caught my eye. A child's drawing was stuck to the refrigerator with a smiley, sun-shaped magnet. The crayon drawing showed a house, this house, with 5 stick figures standing in front of it, but 3 of the figures had been violently scribbled over with black crayon, leaving only 2 standing. A chill ran down my spine. What had happened to this family? I climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my feet. The upper floor was a long hallway with several doors leading off it. The first room I checked seemed to be the master bedroom. The bed was unmade and clothes were scattered about as if someone had left in a hurry. But it was the message scrawled on the mirror in what looked like lipstick that made me catch my breath. Help. The next room was clearly a child's bedroom. Pink wallpaper, stuffed animals piled on the bed. But here, too, there were signs of violence that stained the innocent space. Those same dark stains on the walls and a family photo on the bedside table had been broken. Shards of glass glinted in the beam of my flashlight as I backed out of the room. As I left the room, a sound from downstairs made me freeze. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving across the kitchen floor. My heart leaped into my throat. I wasn't alone in the house. I tried to calm my breathing so I could think rationally. It could be one of the Lawsons coming home and finding a stranger in their house, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Whatever was down there, it wasn't the family I had come to check on. I crept toward the stairs, straining my ears to hear any movement. The footsteps had stopped, but now I could hear something else. A low, guttural sound, almost like an animal growl. I reached the top of the stairs and looked down into the darkness below. For a moment, I saw nothing. Then a shape moved in the shadows at the bottom of the stairs. A hunched, misshapen figure with jerky, unnatural movements. It wasn't a person, nor an animal I had ever seen before. It was something completely different, something that shouldn't exist in our world. I must have made a sound, a sigh, a moan, I'm not sure, but suddenly the thing's head rose, and I found myself staring into eyes that glowed an unnatural, sickly yellow in the darkness. I ran like I had never run before, down the hallway toward what I prayed was another staircase, another exit. Behind me, I could hear the thing climbing the stairs. Its movements faster now, accompanied by a high-pitched hiss that made my skin crawl. I found the back stairs and practically flew up them, my feet barely touching the steps. I rushed through the back door into the fading daylight, not daring to look back as I ran toward my car. My hands were shaking so badly that I could barely get them to the ignition, but finally, the engine roared to life. At the last moment, I caught a glimpse of movement in my rearview mirror, something coming out of the house, its shape seeming to shift and change as it moved. I pulled out of the driveway, and the gravel came up behind me as I sped down the dirt road, and didn't slow down until I reached the main highway. When I finally felt safe enough to stop, I called the police with shaking hands. I told them about the signs of a struggle, the disturbing messages, and the feeling that something terrible had happened in that house, but I couldn't bring myself to mention what I had seen inside. The police investigation revealed nothing, no bodies, no evidence of a crime. The Lawson family had simply vanished, leaving behind a house full of unanswered questions. The case was filed as another mysterious disappearance, but I knew the truth. I knew that something inhuman had been in that house, something that was probably responsible for whatever fate had befallen the Lawsons. And sometimes, late at night, I still see those bright yellow eyes in my dreams, still hear that disturbing sound that was half growl, half laugh. I quit social work soon after. I couldn't face the possibility of entering another house like that, of coming face to face with whatever nightmare had taken up residence in that isolated farmhouse. Some days I can almost convince myself that it was all a stress-induced hallucination, but then I glimpse something moving in the shadows, or hear a sound that isn't quite right, and I remember that there are things in this world that defy explanation, things that lurk in the dark corners of isolated homes, waiting for unsuspecting visitors. And I say a silent prayer for the Lawson family, hoping that whatever fate befell them was quick, because the alternative, that they are still somewhere in the clutches of that unnatural thing, is too horrible to contemplate. That's why I keep my doors locked, my lights on, and never venture into isolated farmhouses again. Because once you see behind the veil, once you glimpse the horrors that lurk out of sight, you can never truly feel safe again. Next story. The first splash of red caught my eye, a stark contrast to the dull green of the forest floor. I felt my heart race, a sinking feeling in my gut. By the third splash, I knew we had stumbled upon something we should never have seen, and the distant sound of engines told me we were no longer alone. It was supposed to be a relaxing weekend camping trip, just me and my 3 best friends, Mike, Sarah, and Tom. We had been planning this for months, eager to escape the hustle and bustle of city life and get away from the noise. The spot we chose was deep in the national forest, far off the beaten path. No cell phone signal, no worries, Mike said with a smile as we set off down the winding, narrow trail. The hike was tiring, but the reward seemed worth it when we came upon a beautiful clearing next to a bubbling stream, the perfect spot to set up camp. As we pitched our tents and gathered firewood, the stress of our daily lives seemed to melt away. That night, we sat around the campfire sharing stories and roasting marshmallows, with the stars shining brightly in the sky. The next morning, things took a turn. Tom and I offered to fetch more water from the creek while Mike and Sarah prepared breakfast. We were about 4 miles from camp when I saw a splash of red on a fallen log. "Hey, Tom," I shouted, pointing. "What do you think that is?" He blinked and shrugged. "Probably just some berries or something. Let's fill these jugs and get back. I'm starving." But as we got closer to the creek, we saw more splashes of red. Too many to be berries, too dark. My stomach churned as I realized what it probably was. "I think that's blood," I said, my voice barely a whisper. His eyes widened, and I saw the same fear I felt reflected in them. "Maybe an animal got hurt," he suggested, but he didn't sound convinced. "We should have turned back. We should have gotten Mike and Sarah and gotten out of there." But curiosity, that damn human trait, got the better of us, and we kept going, following the trail of blood. The scene we stumbled upon will haunt me for the rest of my days. In a small clearing partially hidden by dense vegetation, there was a body, or what was left of a body. It was a man, or had been. His chest was mutilated, and his face frozen in an expression of terror, but it was the symbol engraved on his forehead that made my blood run cold, a crude pentagram still dripping with blood. Tom was vomiting beside me, and I wasn't far behind. This wasn't an animal attack, it was something much, much worse. "We need to get out of here," I managed to gasp between dry sobs. "We need to call the police." Tom nodded frantically, his face pale. We headed back to the camp, but froze when we heard a sound that didn't belong in this forest, the distant rumble of engines. "Oh God," Tom whispered, "what if they're coming back?" The smart thing to do would have been to hide and wait until whoever it was had passed. But panic had taken hold of us, and all we could think about was getting back to Mike and Sarah, and getting as far away from this nightmare as possible. We ran with branches hitting our faces, threatening to trip us up with every step. The sound of engines grew louder, and now we could hear voices too, voices that sent shivers down my spine. We entered our campsite, startling Mike and Sarah, who were sitting next to the remains of last night's campfire. "What's going on?" Sarah asked, her eyes wide with confusion and fear. "No time to explain," Tom interrupted, already beginning to take down his tent. "Bad people coming. We need to go." To their credit, Mike and Sarah didn't argue. They must have seen the terror in our eyes, heard the urgency in our voices, and we packed up in record time, leaving behind everything that wasn't essential. As we were about to leave, the voices grew clearer. They were too close. "Let's split up," Mike whispered. "Sarah, you go with Tom. I'll go with Alex. We'll head west and meet you at the car if we can. If not, keep walking until you find help." We nodded, all of us sharing the same thought that hit us. This wasn't a movie or a game. It was real, and our lives were in danger. Sarah and Tom disappeared into the trees to the east. Mike and I waited a moment, then dove into the underbrush in the opposite direction. We hadn't gone more than a few yards when we heard shouting behind us. "Hey, there's a camp here! They can't be far!" We ran, branches tearing at our clothes, rocks and roots bruising our feet through our hiking boots, but we didn't slow down. The voices behind us grew fainter and fainter, but we could still hear them bumping into the forest, chasing us. It felt like we ran for hours, but it was probably only minutes. Finally, we stopped to catch our breath, panting. The forest was silent now, except for our irregular breathing and the sound of blood in my ears. "Do you think we lost them?" I whispered. Mike shook his head. "I don't know, but we can't stay here. We have to keep going." We continued, trying to be quieter, now constantly looking over our shoulders. The sun rose higher in the sky, filtering through the treetops. Under other circumstances, it might have been beautiful, but now it felt oppressive, the heat and humidity sapping our strength. We were just beginning to hope that maybe we had escaped when we heard a scream. Mike's face went pale, and he didn't breathe. "God, no," he whispered. We stood there, frozen in indecision. Every human instinct demanded that we run toward the sound to help our friends, but we knew that would be suicide. Whatever had happened to Sarah and Tom, the same fate awaited us if we turned back. With heavy hearts, we pressed on. The scream came from behind us, which meant we were still going in the right direction, if we could just reach the car. But it seemed like the universe had other plans. As we reached a small hill, we found ourselves face to face with two men dressed in dark clothing, their faces hidden by ski masks, and they were armed. "Well, well," one of them said, his voice muffled by the mask. "Looks like we found the stragglers." We turned to run, but more figures emerged from the trees behind us. We were surrounded. What followed was a blur of terror and pain. They took us back to the camp, a collection of trailers and tents hidden in a large clearing. There were other people there, all masked, all armed, and in the center of it all was a dark altar with dried blood. They tied us up and threw us into one of the trailers. Through the window, I could see them preparing for some kind of ritual. The sun was setting, casting long shadows across the clearing in the darkness. They lit torches, and the flickering light made their masked faces even more terrifying. I don't know how long we were there, maybe hours. We didn't speak. We couldn't speak. The horror of our situation was overwhelming. What had happened to Sarah and Tom? Just when I thought all hope was lost, we heard sirens, many of them approaching. The campground descended into chaos with people screaming and engines revving. In the confusion, someone must have forgotten about us. The trailer door opened and there was a police officer with his gun drawn. "Are you okay?" he asked quickly and began to untie us. "Can you walk?" We nodded, and he guided us out of the camp past other police officers who were rounding up some of the cultists. An ambulance was waiting, and paramedics swarmed around us, checking for injuries. After hours of questioning and medical examinations, we learned the full story. A hunter had stumbled upon the cult's previous camp, found evidence of their rituals, and alerted the authorities, who had been tracking the group for days. Our lucky encounter with the search party led them directly to the cult's new location. Sarah and Tom were found alive, thankfully, beaten and traumatized, but alive. The body we found had not been their first victim, and if the police hadn't arrived when they did, it wouldn't have been their last. I will never go camping again. I can't stand being in the woods because now I know that sometimes the most dangerous predators aren't the ones with claws and fangs, but the ones who look like us, hiding behind masks, waiting in the shadows to attack the unsuspecting. And in the darkness of the night, when the wind rustles through the trees outside my window, I can still hear those engines, those angry voices. I still feel the terror of being hunted, and I wonder, with a shiver, what might have happened if those sirens hadn't arrived in time. Next story. The moment they walked in, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night shift. Their smiles were too wide, and the way they looked at me was like a predator sizing up its prey. A quiet night at the 24-hour diner was about to turn into a nightmare that would haunt me for years to come. My name is Alice, and I've been working the night shift at Mel's Diner for about 6 months. The job isn't glamorous, but it pays the bills and fits my night owl tendencies. Most nights are pretty quiet. A few truckers stopping in for coffee, maybe some college kids grabbing a late-night snack. Nothing I can't handle. That night started out like any other. I had just finished cleaning the counter when the bell above the door rang and I looked up. I put on my best customer service smile, but it froze on my face when I saw them. There were 5 of them, all men, dressed in dark clothes that seemed a little too nice for our little diner, talking and laughing loudly. The other few customers, an elderly couple and a lone truck driver, glanced nervously at us before quickly looking away. "Gentlemen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "please sit wherever you'd like." They chose a booth in the corner and sprawled out across the seats. As I approached with the menus, I could feel their eyes on me, assessing and calculating. "What can I get you?" I asked, pen poised over the notepad. The one closest to me, a man with a scar on his cheek, smiled at me. His teeth were too white, too sharp. "Coffee, honey, lots of coffee, and keep it coming." I nodded and turned to leave, but he grabbed my wrist, his grip like iron, his skin cold against mine. "And don't go anywhere," he added in his low voice. "We might need some extra service." I pulled my hand away, my heart pounding as I walked back to the counter. I could hear them laughing, the sound irritating me. For the next hour, I kept them supplied with coffee, dodging their increasingly crude comments and their wandering hands. The other customers left quickly, casting sympathetic glances in my direction as they hurried out the door. I was refilling their cups for what seemed like the 100th time when things took a turn. The man with the scar grabbed my arm again, pulling me closer. "You know," he said, his breath hot in my ear, "we're not here for the coffee." I tried to pull away, but his grip tightened. "Please, let me go," I said, my voice shaking more than I would have liked, and he laughed with a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. Or what? Are you going to call for help? He pointed to the empty restaurant. There's no one here but us, sweetheart. That's when I saw the glint of metal tucked into his waistband. A gun. I realized the magnitude of the trouble I was getting myself into. He continued, slowly getting to his feet. Now, why don't you be a good girl and open the cash register for us? My mind raced. The phone was on the other side of the counter if I could reach it, but they were too fast. Two of them jumped over the counter, blocking my escape, and the others spread out, blocking the exits. Alice, the scarred man said, reading my name tag, don't make this any harder than it needs to be. Open the cash register, give us the money, and maybe we'll let you out of this. I knew he was lying. The look in his eyes told me they had no intention of letting me go. Whatever had happened here tonight, they couldn't leave any witnesses. My hands were shaking as I walked over to the cash register, my mind racing, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. I remembered the silent alarm button hidden under the counter. If I could reach it without them noticing. I opened the cash register and made sure to gather the bills slowly. Here, that's all we have. The scarred man took the money from my hand and counted it quickly. His face darkened. Is that all you have? I nodded, trying to look scared and helpless. It wasn't difficult. Business has been slow, please. That's all there is in the cash register. He exchanged glances with his companions, a silent communication between them, and then without warning, he struck me across the face with the back of his hand. I stumbled, tasting blood. Don't lie to me, he growled. Where's the rest? Where's the safe? I touched my burning cheek and tears welled up in my eyes. There's no safe, I said. I swear that's all we have. He grabbed me by the hair, pulling my head back. Wrong answer, sweetheart. Boys, tear this place apart. Find that safe. The others began ransacking the diner, overturning tables and smashing plates. I watched in horror as they destroyed the place, knowing that every minute that passed diminished my chances of getting out of here alive. The scarred man dragged me into the kitchen, throwing me against the industrial refrigerator. Last chance, he growled. Tell me where the safe is, or things are going to get very unpleasant for you. I saw the knife in his hand, the blade catching the fluorescent light. Terror coursed through me, but with it came adrenaline. I knew I had to act now, or I would never get another chance. I pretended to be defeated, but whispered, Okay, I'll show you. That's better. Where is it? Under the counter, I said. There's a hidden panel. He dragged me back to the main area. Show me. I went behind the counter, and my heart was beating so hard I was sure he could hear it. It was my only chance. When I knelt down, pretending to reach for a non-existent panel, my hand found the silent alarm button, and I pressed it, praying that it still worked, praying that help would arrive in time. There's nothing here, the man shouted, realizing he had been tricked. He grabbed me and spun me around to face him. The knife was at my throat now, the cold metal pressing against my skin. You're lying! I closed my eyes, certain that these were my last moments. But then, as if in answer to a prayer I didn't dare to say, I heard sirens in the distance. The man's eyes widened in shock and then narrowed in rage. What happened next was a blur of violence and fear. The men panicked and ran for the exits. The scarred man made a move as if to drag me with him, but his companions told him to leave me. In his moment of hesitation, I managed to break free, jumping over the counter and running into the kitchen. I curled up in the freezer, shaking not only from the cold, but also from the adrenaline rushing through my veins. I could hear screams, the sound of breaking glass, car engines roaring, and thankfully the sound of police sirens outside the diner. When a police officer finally found me, I was half frozen and in shock. They wrapped me in a blanket and took me to an ambulance, assuring me that I was safe. In the days that followed, I learned the whole story. The men were part of a gang that had been terrorizing small businesses in 3 states. They had robbed 2 other diners that same night before arriving at Mel's. Thanks to my quick thinking with the silent alarm, the police not only saved me, but they were able to arrest 3 of the 5 men. People say I was brave, that I didn't let them win by running away, but the truth is, I couldn't work at Mel's anymore. Every time I looked at the diner, all I could see was the glint of a knife. I found a new job working during the day at a bookstore, but I still have nightmares about that night and wake up in a cold sweat, feeling ghostly hands grabbing me, hearing the voice of that scarred man in my ear. Eventually, they caught the other 2, and I had to testify at their trial, reliving that night all over again. But seeing them walk out in handcuffs, knowing they couldn't hurt anyone else, made it worth it. I'm stronger now in some ways, more cautious in others, and I never worked the night shift again, because now I know that sometimes monsters don't hide under the bed or in the closet. Sometimes they walk in through the front door with big smiles and sharp eyes, ready to turn an ordinary night into a nightmare. Next story. The first time I tried to open the door, I thought it was just stuck. The second time, I started to worry. The third time, as the reality of our situation sank in, I knew we were trapped. What had started as a simple overnight stay in a seedy motel had turned into a claustrophobic nightmare, and I had no idea if we would make it out alive. My girlfriend Sarah and I were driving, on our way to her sister's wedding, taking back roads to avoid highway traffic. It was Sarah's idea, a chance to see some of the country's hidden gems, she said. But as our eyes strained against the darkness and fatigue set in, I was beginning to regret agreeing to her plan. "We need to stop for the night," Sarah said, stifling a yawn. "We're both exhausted." I nodded, relieved, and soon the Pine Grove Motel appeared, a dilapidated establishment that had clearly seen better days. The sign was half burned out, but it was late. We were tired, and neither of us wanted to drive anymore. The man at the front desk looked like he'd been there since the motel opened. His wide eyes stared at us with disinterest as he handed us a key attached to a faded plastic fob. "Room 13, it's at the end of the row." I hesitated. 13. "Don't you have any other rooms available?" He shook his head slowly. 13 is all we have. Take it or leave it." Sarah squeezed my hand. "It's okay, honey. We're not superstitious, remember? If we had been a little more superstitious, if we had listened to that uneasy feeling and driven on to the next town. But we were tired, and the attraction of a bed, any bed, was too strong to resist. Room 13 was pretty much what you'd expect from a place like this. Faded wallpaper, a sagging mattress, and a bathroom that had last been cleaned when Reagan was in office. But it was a place to lay our heads, and that was all we needed. We fell asleep almost immediately, the exhaustion of the day catching up with us. It wasn't until the early hours of the morning that things got worse. Needing to use the bathroom, in my groggy state, I staggered toward the door, fumbling with the doorknob which wouldn't budge. I tried again, putting more force on the knob, but nothing. That's when the first feeling of unease came over me. I blinked my eyes, forcing myself to wake up completely. I examined the door handle and tried again. It was definitely locked, but not from our side. "Sarah," I called, trying to keep the panic out of my voice. Sarah woke up and stirred, mumbling something incoherent. "The door," I said. "I can't open it. I think we're locked in." That got her attention, and she sat up suddenly, alert. "What do you mean, locked?" I stepped back and let her try to open the door herself. She shook the handle, and then threw her shoulder against the wood. There wasn't even a slight creak. "This isn't funny," she said, but there was no response from outside. No sound, in fact. The silence was oppressive, broken only by our increasingly rapid breathing. We tried the windows next, but they were locked. The glass was too thick to break without making a lot of noise, and even if we could, we were on the second floor and the fall would probably hurt us too badly to escape. When I realized the reality of our situation, I felt a cold sweat break out on my skin. We were trapped with no way to call for help. Our phones had no signal. Of course not. Not here in the middle of nowhere. "What are we going to do?" Sarah asked, her voice small and frightened. "Try to think rationally," I said. "We'll wait. Someone will come to clean the room, or maybe to check on us. When they come, we'll be ready." But as the hours passed, no one showed up. We screamed and banged on the walls until our hands were bruised. Nothing. It was as if the entire motel had been abandoned, leaving us as the only souls for miles around. The worst part was not knowing why. Were we the victims of a cruel prank, or was there something more sinister at play? My mind conjured up horrible scenarios: human trafficking, organ harvesting, some sick game where people paid to watch others slowly lose their minds in captivity. Our situation became dire. We had no food, and the tap water tasted metallic, but thirst drove us to drink it anyway, leaving us nauseous and dizzy. "We're going to die here," she cried, curled up in the bed. "No one knows where we are. No one will come for us." I hugged her, murmuring reassurances I didn't believe. The truth was, she was right. We didn't tell anyone about our detour, about staying in this God-forsaken motel. As far as anyone knew, we were still on our way to the wedding. I started hallucinating. Shadows moved in the corners of my vision, and I could swear I heard voices whispering beyond the walls. Was it the lack of food, the strange water, or was I simply losing my mind? It was during one of these hallucinatory episodes that I noticed something strange about the old TV in the corner, which hadn't been plugged in since we arrived, but I could have sworn I saw a flash of static on the screen. Curious and desperate for any change in our circumstances, I moved closer to it, and as I did, the static grew stronger, turning into a grainy image. What I saw made my blood run cold. It was Sarah and me sleeping in the bed, but the angle was wrong, as if the camera was positioned in a corner of the ceiling. With a growing sense of horror, I looked up. Almost invisible against the textured ceiling, there was a small camera lens. "Sarah," I said, my voice hoarse, "we're being watched." She looked up from the bed, her eyes red and unfocused as I pointed to the camera, and then to the TV. Her eyes widened as she made the connection. "Oh, God," she whispered. "What is this place?" Before I could answer, the TV screen changed, and the image of our bedroom was replaced by white text against a black background. "Welcome to the game," it read. "You have 60 minutes to escape. If you fail, you will lose your lives. Your time starts now." A timer appeared in the corner of the screen, counting down from 60 minutes. For a moment we were too shocked to move. Then our survival instinct kicked in, and we searched the room for clues, anything that could lead us to our escape. We found cryptic messages hidden in the Bible, a key stuck to the bottom of a drawer, a series of numbers scratched on the bathroom mirror that only appeared when fogged up. Each puzzle solved led to another, each solution bringing us closer to freedom. But the clock was ticking, and time was running out. With less than a minute to go, we finally deciphered the last code, and the door opened with an anticlimactic click, revealing an empty hallway. We ran non-stop until we reached our car in the parking lot. I looked in the rearview mirror and saw that the motel was silent and dark, giving no clue to the horrors it contained. We drove straight to the police, but when they investigated, they found nothing. The motel had been abandoned for years, they said. There were no cameras, no locked rooms, no evidence of the game we had been forced to play. Sometimes, late at night, I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that I'm back in that room. I check for cameras in the corners and press my ears to listen for the sound of a clock ticking. Sarah and I don't talk about it much. Who would believe us? But we know what happened, we know what we survived, and we know that somewhere in some nondescript motel, off the beaten path, the game is waiting for its next unwitting players. So take my advice, stick to the main roads, stay in chain hotels, and if you ever find yourself in room 13, turn around and leave as fast as you can, because once the game starts, There's no guarantee you'll make it out alive. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. Next story. The moment his hand closed around my wrist, I knew I'd made a terrible mistake. His smile seemed predatory, and the pulsing lights of the festival turned into a sickly blur as he led me away from the crowds. I realized with growing horror that my search for my friends had led me straight into a trap. The Starlight Music Festival was legendary. 3 days of non-stop music, art, and celebration. My best friends and I had been planning this trip for months, saving every spare penny and coordinating our outfits with an enthusiasm that bordered on obsession. The first day was everything we had hoped for. We danced until our feet hurt, sang along with our favorite bands until our voices were hoarse, and reveled in the electric atmosphere that only a music festival can create. The festival grounds were transformed into a wonderland of neon lights and pulsing rhythms. It was during a set by our favorite DJ. One moment, I was dancing between Sarah and Mike, our arms intertwined as we swayed to the beat. The next moment, I turned around and saw that they had disappeared, swallowed up by the surging crowd. At first, I wasn't worried, as we had split up before and always managed to find each other again. But as one song segued into another, and there was still no sign of them, anxiety began to gnaw at me. Scanning the faces in the dim light, the festival grounds seemed to have become impossibly large, a maze of stages, food vendors, and art installations. The pressure of the bodies was overwhelming, the noise deafening. For the first time since we arrived, I felt small and very alone. That's when he appeared, tall, with a kind face and eyes that crinkled when he smiled. He looked like a lifesaver in the midst of chaos. "You looked lost," he said, raising his voice to be heard over the music. "Are you okay?" I hesitated for a moment, years of warnings about strangers running through my mind. But he seemed so normal, so concerned, and I was desperate for help. "I can't find my friends," I shouted. "We got separated during the last show." He nodded sympathetically, saying that it happens a lot here. "I can help you find the lost and found tent. They may have gone there to look for you." I was relieved. "Sure, the lost and found tent. Why didn't I think of that? That would be great," I said. "Thank you so much." He smiled again, and this time I noticed how white and perfect his teeth were. "This way. Follow me," he said. I fell in beside him as he led me away from the main stage area. The crowd began to disperse and the music faded into a distant sound. I noticed that we were heading toward the outskirts of the festival grounds, where the lighting was sparse and the street seemed distant. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked. He said, "The shortcut is just past these tents." That's when he grabbed my wrist, his grip like iron, his fingers digging into my skin. I tried to pull away, but he was too strong. "Let me go," I shouted. His smile widened, but there was no warmth in it. "Now why would I do that? We're getting to the fun part." I screamed, a sound of pure terror that was swallowed up by the music and distant laughter. No one could hear me. No one was coming to help. He started dragging me toward a cluster of dark tents, his free hand covering my mouth. I was kicking and scratching, but it was like fighting a rock. When we reached the tents, a voice rang out. "Hey, what's going on there?" My head spun to locate the source of the voice. It was all the distraction I needed. I bit down hard on the hand covering my mouth, tasting blood, enough to break free. I ran like I had never run before, my heart pounding in my ears, my lungs burning. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding on the compacted earth, his curses growing fainter as I gained ground. I returned to the main area of the festival. The sudden pressure of bodies was a relief and a new kind of terror. What if he was still behind me? What if he caught up with me in the middle of this crowd? I pushed through the crowd of dancers, ignoring their angry shouts and glares. I don't know how long I ran or how far I went. The festival had become a funhouse nightmare. Every smiling face was a potential threat. Every dark corner hid invisible dangers. When I finally stopped, breathing heavily, I found myself near the medical tent. A concerned woman in a Red Cross vest approached me. "Are you okay, sweetie? You look like you've seen a ghost." The story poured out of me, my words tumbling over each other in my rush to escape. The woman's face grew serious as she listened, and she quickly ushered me into the tent. What followed was a blur of police statements, medical exams, and tearful meetings. Sarah and Mike had indeed gone to the lost and found, frantic with worry when they couldn't find me. Festival security launched a manhunt for my attacker, but in the chaos and darkness, he had disappeared. But they found others. During the investigation, it became clear that I wasn't the only target. There were other stories, other cases nearby. My attacker was part of a larger operation that preyed on the lost and vulnerable in the festival crowd. The rest of the weekend passed in a blur. I couldn't enjoy the music or the atmosphere, jumping at every sudden movement, every unexpected touch. The magic of the festival had been destroyed. In the months that followed, I struggled to come to terms with what had happened. Nightmares plagued my sleep, and crowded places became a source of anxiety rather than excitement. I couldn't shake the feeling that danger was lurking around every corner, that the next friendly face could be hiding sinister intentions. Therapy helped, as did the unwavering support of my friends and family. Slowly, I began to reclaim my life, finding joy in the things I once loved. But I never forgot the lesson I learned that night at the Starlight Music Festival. Now, when I go to concerts or festivals, I'm always aware of my surroundings. I keep my friends close. I never go out alone, and I trust my instincts when something seems off, because I know firsthand how quickly a dream can turn into a nightmare, how predators can easily hide behind a mask of kindness. Sometimes late at night I still hear his voice in my head, see his perfect smile, feel the iron grip on my wrist. But then I remember that I survived, that I escaped, and in doing so I helped expose a dangerous operation. The Starlight Music Festival continues to be held every year, but I have never returned, as the memories are too raw and painful. But I hope that my story will serve as a warning to others to stay alert, look out for one another, and remember that even at the brightest celebrations, darkness can lurk. For the truth is that the most dangerous predators are not always hiding in the shadows. Sometimes they are in plain sight, offering a helping hand and a friendly smile, and it is up to us to recognize the danger before it is too late. Next story. The first sign that something was terribly wrong was the eerie silence. The second was the half-eaten meals on the tables, as if the entire village had disappeared in the middle of dinner. And when night fell and the shadows began to move, we realized that our discovery of this abandoned hamlet was about to turn into a fight for survival. It was supposed to be a simple 3-day hike through the wilds of the Appalachians, just me and my 4 closest friends, Mike, Sarah, Alex, and Jess, to get away from the hustle and bustle of city life and reconnect with nature. We had taken trips like this before, but nothing could have prepared us for what we found on that fateful second day. The morning had started normally. We broke camp at dawn, the air crisp and cool with the promise of adventure. As we hiked, joked, and shared stories, our laughter echoed through the dense forest. It wasn't until mid-afternoon that things took a turn. "Mike, looking at the GPS, I think we're off course," Alex said, and we gathered around him staring at the small screen. According to the map, we should have been in the middle of the forest, but there was a clearing ahead, barely visible between the trees. "Maybe it's not on the map," suggested Sarah. "It could be an old logging camp or something." Curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to investigate. When we left the tree line, what we saw stopped us in our tracks. It wasn't a logging camp, but a village nestled in the heart of the forest. There was a cluster of buildings that looked like they belonged in another century, wooden huts with thatched roofs lined up along dirt paths, and in the center was what appeared to be a town square with a well and a small chapel. "This is impossible," Alex breathed. voicing what we were all thinking. How is this not on any map? We approached cautiously, calling out greetings, but no one answered. The village was eerily silent, except for the rustling of leaves in the breeze. As we explored, the feeling that we were in the wrong place grew. Everything looked as if it had been lived in, as if the inhabitants had left just moments ago. Dirty clothes still hung on the clotheslines, swaying gently. The gardens were well tended, vegetables ripened on the vines, but there was no one in sight. "Guys," Jess called from one of the huts, "you need to see this." We crowded into the small hut and saw what had caught her attention. The table was set for dinner, with plates full of moldy food. The chairs were pushed back haphazardly, as if the diners had left in a hurry. "What the hell happened here?" I muttered, a chill running down my spine despite the warm afternoon sun. We decided to split up and explore the rest of the village, agreeing to meet at the square in an hour. As I explored, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every time I turned around, I expected to see someone there, but the village remained deserted. In a hut, I found a diary, the last entry of which was only a week ago, and spoke of strange noises at night, missing animals, and an overwhelming sense of dread. The last words sent a chill down my spine. When we regrouped, everyone had similar stories. Alex had found more half-eaten meals. Sarah discovered a school with lessons still written on the blackboard. Mike explored the chapel and found it prepared for a service that never took place. "Something bad happened here," Jess said, her voice a little shaky, "and I don't think we want to be around when night falls." But as we turned to leave, we realized with growing horror that the sun was already setting, and that somehow hours had passed without us noticing. The forest beyond the village was dark and forbidding. "We can't walk through the forest at night," Mike argued. "Then what would we do if we stayed here?" Alex replied, gesturing toward the empty village. "In this creepy ghost town?" In the end, we didn't have much of a choice. We chose a cabin near the edge of the village, with a clear view of the path back to the forest. We barricaded the door and windows as best we could, and settled in for a restless night. We sat in a tight circle, flashlights at the ready, jumping at every noise and creak of the old building as the hours passed. The silence of the village became oppressive. It was past midnight when we heard it, a sound so faint at first that I thought I was imagining it, but then it came again, a soft, dragging sound, like something being dragged across the floor. "Did you hear that?" whispered Sarah, her eyes wide with fear. We all nodded, too scared to speak. The sound was getting closer, coming from the direction of the village square, and it wasn't alone. Other noises joined it. A low moan, the sound of something heavy falling, the unmistakable sound of footsteps, many footsteps. Jess was the first to peek through a crack in the barricaded window. She recoiled almost immediately, her face pale in the dim light of our flashlights. "Oh God," she breathed. "They're people, but they're not people. There's something wrong with them." One by one, we looked. What we saw defied explanation. Figures moved across the village square, their movements jerky and unnatural. In the moonlight, their skin looked gray and changed. Some were missing limbs, others had open wounds that should have been fatal, but they moved with purpose. "Are we dealing with zombies now?" Alex whispered incredulously, but we all knew that wasn't quite right. These things moved with disturbing coordination, as if guided by some invisible intelligence. As we watched in horror, one of the creatures paused and turned slowly, rotating its head until it was facing our cabin directly. A sound came from its throat, not quite a growl, not quite a word, but it was a call, and the others responded. "We need to go," I said, already moving to open the door barricade. We left the cabin as soon as the first creature reached the porch. The cold night air was filled with their moans, the sound sending shivers down my spine. We didn't run toward the forest trail, but into the village. It was our only chance to lose them in the maze of buildings and find another way out. What followed was a nightmare of narrow escapes and heart-stopping terror, always one step ahead of our pursuers. At one point we got separated, and I found myself alone in what looked like a workshop. To the sound of those things scratching at the door, I was sure I would die there, torn apart by whatever those creatures were. But then I heard Mike's voice calling my name, and I found the strength to break a window and get out, reuniting with my friends just in time to escape another group of monsters. At dawn, we finally found our way back to the forest. The creatures seemed unable or unwilling to follow us beyond the village limits. We ran until our lungs burned, and our legs gave way, collapsing in a clearing far from that cursed place. We made it back to civilization, but our story was met with disbelief. When the authorities finally investigated, they found no trace of the village. It was as if it had never existed. But in my nightmares, I still hear those moans. I still see those outstretched hands. We never went hiking again after that. How could we, knowing what might be lurking in the untamed wilderness? Sometimes late at night I wonder about that village, where it came from, what happened to its people, and, most frightening of all, is it still out there, waiting for more unsuspecting travelers to stumble upon its cursed grounds? But I know one thing for sure. Some places are meant to remain unknown, and some mysteries are best left unsolved, because deep in the forest, in the shadows of forgotten places, there are horrors beyond imagination, and once you've seen them, you can never hope to survive. The headlights behind me hadn't moved in the last 32 kilometers. I didn't think anything of it. It was just another traveler on this lonely stretch of highway. But as the minutes passed and the truck maintained a frighteningly constant distance, a knot of unease began to form in the pit of my stomach. I gripped the steering wheel tighter, and my knuckles turned white as I glanced in the rearview mirror for the 100th time. For the 100th time, the truck's high beams illuminated me with two piercing eyes that cut through the darkness. I could make out the driver, just a dark silhouette behind the wheel. The speedometer needle climbed higher and higher, the truck effortlessly matching my speed, never falling behind, never getting too close. Close, just there, always there. I searched for my phone, desperate to call someone, my boyfriend, my mom, even the police, but when I unlocked the screen, my heart sank. No signal. Of course, in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by towering pine trees and pitch-black darkness, I was completely and utterly alone, except for the truck. I saw a green sign flashing, Millbrook 30 miles. 30 miles. I could make it, I had to make it. My hands were clammy on the steering wheel as I tried to focus on the road ahead, but my eyes kept looking at the mirror, watching that motionless presence behind me. The fear of stopping, of being a sitting duck for whatever was waiting in that truck, sent a chill down my spine. I decided to keep driving and find help. The road took a sharp turn, and I took the curve faster than I should have. My tires screeched in protest, and for a breathtaking moment I thought I might lose control, but I managed to straighten up, my breath coming in short, panicked gasps. The truck, however, took the curve with ease, closing the distance between us for a terrifying moment before returning to its usual distance. My mind raced to try to understand why this was happening. Was it just some sick game? A truck driver having fun scaring a lone woman on a dark road? Or was it something worse? The stories I had heard, all the warnings about traveling alone at night, I had always ignored, confident in my ability to take care of myself. But now those warnings echoed in my head, mocking me. A flash of light caught my eye, a gas station ahead. My heart leaped. The safety of civilization. I turned on my hazard lights and slowed down to pull out. The truck's engine roared and suddenly it was right behind me. So close I couldn't see its headlights in the mirror anymore. I screamed, swerving onto the exit ramp, and at the last second, the truck passed me, continuing down the highway. I pulled into the gas station, my whole body shaking. The fluorescent lights buzzed on the ceiling, harsh and bright after the darkness of the road. I stumbled out of the car, my legs weak, and entered the station. An elderly man stood behind the counter, looking at me suspiciously. I opened my mouth to speak, but no words came out. How could I explain what had just happened? Would he believe me? "I think someone was following me," I finally managed to say, and the old man's expression softened. "Why don't you sit down? I'll get you some water." I sat down on a rickety chair by the window while the man busied himself with getting me a drink. I looked out the window, expecting to see the truck arrive at any moment, but it didn't. The parking lot was still empty, except for my car and an old pickup truck that I assumed belonged to the cashier. He returned, handing me a bottle of water. "Do you want me to call the police for you?" "No, I think it's okay. They didn't follow me here." "Well, you can stay here as long as you need to. I'll be here all night." "Thank you." I sat there for hours, drinking my water and trying to calm my nerves. Every car that passed on the nearby highway made me jump, my eyes turning to the window in fear. And the truck didn't show up. I began to relax. Maybe I had overreacted. Maybe it was just a coincidence, a truck going in the same direction as me for a long stretch of road. The darkness and isolation had played tricks on my mind, turning an innocent situation into something sinister. With my legs feeling steadier, I decided to leave. "I have to go," I said to the cashier. "Thank you for your kindness." He nodded, but concern was still evident in his eyes. "Be careful, miss. It's a dangerous world sometimes." I thanked him again and returned to my car. When I got into the driver's seat, I took a deep breath. The highway stretched out before me, dark and full of obstacles, but I controlled myself. I could do this. It was only a short drive to Millbrook, and then I would be safe in my warm bed, laughing at how foolish I had been. I pulled out of the gas station and back onto the highway, which was now empty, no sign of the truck or any other vehicle. I breathed a sigh of relief, allowing myself to relax for the first time in hours. That's when I saw a pair of headlights in my rearview mirror, far away but unmistakable, and my breath caught in my throat. It couldn't be him. It had to be someone else, another night traveler. The minutes ticked by and the headlights grew closer. That familiar knot of fear returned to my stomach. It was the same truck. I was sure of it. I pressed the accelerator, pushing my car to speeds I had never dared before. The speedometer climbed higher and higher. The engine groaned in protest. But no matter how fast I went, those headlights kept following me. Neither far nor near, just there. This couldn't be happening. Why was this happening? What did they want from me? I spotted a curve ahead, a smaller road branching off the highway, and without thinking, I pulled the steering wheel, turning so sharply that my tires left the ground for a moment. For one happy moment, the headlights disappeared from my mirror. I had lost them. Actually, I had lost them, but my relief was short-lived. The road I had turned onto was uneven, unpaved, and it quickly became apparent that it led nowhere. Branches scraped against my car, and suddenly the road ended. I slammed on the brakes. My car skidded and came to a stop inches from a large fallen tree that blocked the way. With trembling hands, I tried to turn the car around, but the road was too narrow. I could barely maneuver, and each attempt brought me dangerously close to sliding into the ditch on either side. Then I heard the low rumble of an engine, growing louder by the second, and headlights appeared at the entrance to the road, illuminating the trees with a bright white light. The truck had found me. I abandoned my attempts to turn around and instead put the car in reverse, trying to back up the way I had come. But in my panic, I misjudged the width of the road. My rear tire slipped off the edge, and with a sickening jolt, my car tilted toward the ditch. The engine sputtered and died. I turned the key frantically, but nothing happened. The truck was there, completely blocking the road. There was nowhere to go, nowhere to run. I was trapped. The truck door swung open with a bang, and a figure stepped out into the glare of the headlights. I couldn't make out any features, just a tall, broad silhouette moving toward me with slow, deliberate steps. I locked the doors, as if that would help. My heart was beating so hard, I thought it would burst out of my chest. I couldn't see their eyes, but I could feel their gaze fixed on me. Then slowly, the figure raised their hand and I backed away, waiting for I don't know what, waiting for violence, death. But instead, they knocked on my window. 3 slow, deliberate knocks. I was frozen, incredulous, and terrified. The figure made no other movement, just stood there waiting. With trembling fingers, I pressed the button to lower the window. Just a crack, enough to hear, but not enough to allow entry. "Is everything okay in there?" The voice was gruff, but unmistakably concerned. "I saw you take that turn really fast and thought you might be in trouble." The figure shifted position and suddenly didn't seem so threatening anymore. Just a middle-aged man, judging by the sound of his voice, standing awkwardly next to my car. "Sorry if I scared you," he said. "I'm a long-haul truck driver, and I saw you driving erratically on the highway. I thought you might be drunk or asleep at the wheel. I was trying to keep an eye on you to make sure you didn't crash." The adrenaline that had been coursing through my veins for hours suddenly drained away, leaving me weak and foolish. "Oh," was all I could say. "Do you need help getting your car out of the ditch?" he asked. "I have a tow rope in my truck." I sat there for a moment, trying to understand what had happened, while the truck driver returned to his vehicle to get the cable. My emotions alternated between relief and embarrassment. In the end, he towed my car out of the ditch. The engine started without a hitch, and he even followed me to Millbrook, keeping a respectful distance this time. As I pulled into my driveway, I watched the truck's taillights disappear down the street and felt a complex mix of emotions: gratitude for his help, lingering fear from the ordeal, and a deep sense of shame for having assumed the worst so quickly. That night taught me a valuable lesson. The world can be a scary place, especially for a woman alone on a dark road, but it's not always as dangerous as our fears make it seem. Sometimes the monsters we imagine are just people trying to help, but I still keep my doors locked when I drive at night, just in case. Next story. The first thing I noticed was the acrid metallic smell that hit me long before I entered the clearing. It made my stomach churn with a kind of primal dread, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found there. A campsite that looked like it had been destroyed by something far worse than any bear. I had been hiking the Appalachian Trail for 3 weeks, enjoying the solitude and challenge. The weather was perfect, the scenery was breathtaking, and I had settled into a comfortable rhythm of hiking, setting up camp, and sleeping under a starry sky. But that afternoon, as I passed through a thick stretch of underbrush, everything changed. The clearing was about 30 feet wide, surrounded by towering pine trees that seemed to lean in as if trying to hide what lay within. A tent, or what was left of it, lay in pieces, its fabric fluttering weakly in the breeze. The contents of a backpack were scattered across the forest floor, clothes and equipment strewn about like confetti after a particularly violent party. But it was the dark stains on the pine needles that made my blood run cold. Too dark to be mud, too red to be anything else. I stood frozen at the edge of the clearing, my own backpack suddenly feeling like a lead weight on my shoulders. My mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. A bear attack? But bears didn't destroy tents like this. They didn't scatter belongings with such determination. I should have turned around right then and walked as fast as I could to the nearest forest ranger station. But something held me in place, a morbid curiosity mixed with a sense of responsibility. What if someone was hurt? What if they needed help? Swallowing hard, I took a hesitant step into the clearing. The smell grew stronger and made me gag. I pulled my bandana up over my nose, but it did little to block the stench. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small and frightened in the eerie silence of the forest. "Is anyone there? Do you need help?" There was no answer, only the whisper of the wind through the pine trees and the pounding of my heart in my ears. Something glinted among the wreckage of the destroyed tent. My eyes searched for any sign of movement, any hint of life, but there was nothing, only destruction, and those dark, menacing stains. A rectangular object caught my eye. Crouching down, I saw that it was a cell phone, its screen cracked but still intact. With trembling fingers, I picked up the device. The battery was dead, but even that small connection to the outside world made me feel a little less alone. As I stood up, something else caught my eye. Footprints, but not the kind you'd expect to see at a campsite. They were different, larger than any human foot I had ever seen, with long, curved impressions at the end of each toe, like claws. Suddenly, the forest around me seemed much darker, much more threatening. I needed to get out of there now, but as I turned to leave, a gust of wind brought a new sound, a moan so faint I could barely hear it. It came from the other side of the clearing, where the undergrowth was thick and wild. All my instincts screamed for me to run and get as far away from this place as possible. But that sound could be someone in need of help, someone hurt. Could I really leave without checking? Cursing my own conscience, I crept toward the source of the sound, my heart pounding so loudly that I was sure it would be heard by whatever was lurking in the shadows. As I moved closer, the whimpering grew louder and clearer. It sounded animalistic, but not like any animal I had ever heard before. I pushed aside one last branch and found myself staring into a small hole formed by the roots of a huge oak tree. And there, crouched in the shadows, was something that at first glance looked like a dog. But when my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I realized it was too big to be a normal canine. Its fur was gray and matted, covered in dirt and stained with what looked like blood. And when its eyes turned toward me, I felt my breath catch in my throat. They were conscious eyes, filled with a pain that seemed almost human in its intensity. The creature groaned again and cowered when I took an involuntary step forward. That's when I saw the trap. Its hind leg was caught in a vicious-looking snare, the metal biting deep into the flesh. For a long moment we just stared at each other, me and that impossible creature. I knew I should have been terrified. Whatever it was, it had probably been responsible for the carnage in the clearing. The claws, barely visible beneath the matted fur, could tear me to pieces in seconds. But all I felt was pity and a strange, inexplicable desire to help. Slowly telegraphing my movements, I approached. The creature watched wearily as I rummaged through my backpack and finally pulled out my multi-tool. "It's okay," I said softly, not sure the creature could understand me. "I'll help you, but please don't eat me." As I approached, the creature growled softly in its throat, but it didn't lunge at me or bare its teeth. It just watched, those intelligent eyes never leaving my face. The trap was very tight, so I needed all my strength and every ounce of my limited knowledge of wilderness first aid to free it without causing further injury. All the while, I was aware of those eyes on me, of the hot breath that smelled of rotten flesh and something else, something wild and ancient. Finally, with one last twist of the multi-tool, the trap came loose. The creature immediately pulled its injured leg close to itself, licking the wound with a tongue that seemed too long for its mouth. I backed away slowly, my heart racing. Now I couldn't call animal control, and I had a feeling that even if I could, this was way beyond their normal scope. The creature was shaky at first, but quickly gained strength. It was bigger than I had imagined, easily the size of a bear. It stood on all fours, but not like a bear. As I watched with my mouth open, it rose up on its hind legs, towering over me. And that's when I understood with perfect clarity what had happened in the clearing. I saw those claws now at eye level, and knew I had to run. Every rational part of my brain was screaming at me to turn and run as fast as I could in the opposite direction. But I remained rooted to the spot, paralyzed by those eyes that now stared back at me. The creature took a step forward. I closed my eyes, waiting for the end. But instead of teeth and claws, I felt a soft, almost affectionate touch. I opened my eyes and found the creature's massive paw resting lightly on my shoulder, its eyes now level with mine and wearing an expression I could only describe as gratitude. And as quickly as it had appeared, it disappeared with a speed that didn't match its size. It ran off into the forest, leaving me alone with my racing heart and 1,000 questions. I don't know how long I stood there trying to process what had just happened. When I finally recovered and returned to the clearing, the destruction was still there, a clear reminder that what I had encountered was not a gentle giant. It was a predator capable of terrible violence, and yet it had shown intelligence and compassion, perhaps even a spark of humanity. I knew I should report what I had found. The forest rangers needed to know about the destroyed camp, about the possibility of a dangerous animal in the area. But as I stood there, watching the shadows lengthen across the clearing, I realized I couldn't do it. Who would believe me? A monster bigger than a bear walking on 2 legs, with eyes full of human consciousness. They would think I was crazy, or worse, that I was somehow responsible for the destruction around me. No, this would have to remain my secret, a story too wild to share. As night began to fall, I hurried to set up my own camp away from the clearing. The forest, which had seemed so welcoming that morning, now seemed alive with secrets and hidden dangers. Every rustle of leaves, every crackling branch made me jump. Sleep was impossible. I lay in my tent and all my senses strained to catch any sign of the creature's return. But the night passed without incident. The forest was quiet except for the usual nighttime sounds. When dawn finally broke, I quickly packed my things and headed for the trail, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the events of the previous day. But as I walked, my mind kept returning to those eyes, to that gentle touch on my shoulder, and I realized that the forest had changed for me. It was no longer just a place of beauty and solitude. Now it was a realm of mystery, of things beyond my comprehension. Every shadow could hide a secret. Every unexplained sound could be something extraordinary. I have returned to that forest many times since that day, but I have never seen the creature again, never found any sign of its existence. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the solitude and wildness of the place played tricks on my mind. But then I remember the weight of that paw on my shoulder, the intelligence in those eyes, and I know that out there, in the darkest, deepest parts of the forest, there are wonders and terrors beyond our wildest dreams. We just need to be brave or foolish enough to find them. Next story. The moment we pulled up to that gas station, I knew something was wrong. Maybe it was the neon sign flashing like an angry insect in the twilight. Or maybe it was the way the attendant's smile never reached his eyes. But when we got out of the minivan, stretching our tired limbs from the road, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had made a terrible mistake. "Dad," Sarah tugged at my sleeve, "I really need to use the restroom." I nodded, distracted by the stillness of the place. We were in the middle of nowhere, having taken a scenic route that had long since ceased to be scenic and turned into a seemingly endless stretch of dusty road lined with brush. This gas station was the first sign of civilization we had seen in hours. As we approached the small convenience store attached to the gas station, a group of locals standing near the entrance straightened up, and their eyes fixed on us with an intensity that made my skin crawl. They were smiling, but there was something strange about their expressions, too broad and fixed, like masks poorly fitted to human faces. The doorbell jingled as we entered, an unusually loud sound in the quiet store. The air was heavy with the smell of dust and something else I couldn't quite identify, something organic rotting in the bathrooms in the back. The clerk called out to us in a cheerful voice, but his eyes never left us as we made our way through the aisles. I could feel the weight of his gaze on my back, making the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Sarah disappeared into the filthy bathroom, while I pretended to look at the snack aisle, trying to appear casual despite the growing discomfort I felt. The few customers in the store seemed to be showing an unusual interest in our presence. Their conversations fell to hushed whispers as they watched us from the corners of their eyes. I picked up a bag of potato chips, more to do something with my hands than out of any real desire to eat. When I turned it over, examining the expiration date, I noticed something strange. The date had passed almost a year ago. Confused, I checked another bag, then another. They were all expired, some by several years. "Everything okay?" The clerk's voice made me jump. He appeared silently beside me, that fixed smile still plastered on his face. "Yeah, just looking," I muttered, putting the chips back on the shelf. His smile widened a little, but his eyes remained cold. "Don't worry about it. Time is a little different here. It's all right." Before I could respond, Sarah came out of the bathroom looking pale. "Dad," she whispered, tugging urgently at my sleeve. "Can we go now, please?" Relieved to have an excuse to leave, I replied, "Sure, honey. Let's pay for the gas and we'll be on our way." As we headed to the cashier, I noticed a bulletin board covered with missing person flyers. There were dozens of them stacked on top of each other, some yellowed with age. My breath caught in my throat when I realized that they all showed people who looked just like us, families, tourists, people who were just passing through. The attendant followed my gaze, his smile never wavering. "A lot of people come through here," he said casually as he rang up our purchase. "Not all of them make it out." A chill ran down my spine as I heard his words. "What do you mean by that?" He chuckled, but the sound was devoid of any real joy. "People get lost in the desert, make wrong choices, and sometimes decide to stay." I handed him the money, eager to complete the transaction and get back on the road, but as the attendant counted out my change, his fingers lingered on my hand for a moment longer. His skin was cold, almost waxy to the touch. "You guys, be careful out there," he said. His eyes locked on mine. "It's easy to get lost after dark. Maybe you should consider spending the night here. We have a motel down the road." "Thanks, but we really need to get going," I replied, barely able to keep the tremor out of my voice. I took Sarah's hand and we headed for the door, feeling the eyes of everyone in the store following our every move. As we left, I noticed that the group of residents had grown. Now they were scattered, some leaning against our minivan, others blocking the way to the gas pumps. They were all smiling that same strange smile. "Why don't you stay a while?" one of them called out in a friendly voice, but with a hint of hunger. "We don't get many visitors around here." My heart was pounding, adrenaline now coursing through my veins. I squeezed Sarah's hand and forced a grateful smile, but we really needed to get on the road. With a long journey ahead of us, we headed for the minivan, the crowd slowly and reluctantly dispersing. I could feel their eyes on us, their whispers, though I couldn't make out the words, as I helped Sarah into the back seat. I noticed dark smears on the sidewalk near the rear tire, which looked disturbingly suspicious. I climbed into the driver's seat, and my hands shook as I fumbled with the keys. The engine started, and I've never been so grateful for the sound in my entire life. As we pulled away from the gas station, I glanced in the rearview mirror and saw that the entire group was standing on the road behind us, watching us drive away. One man raised his hand to wave goodbye, that sinister smile still fixed on his face. Sarah's voice was small and frightened. "What was wrong with those people?" "I don't know, honey, but we're safe now, and we're getting out of here." But even as the words left my mouth, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. The road ahead forked, and neither direction looked familiar. I was sure we had turned onto a straight road with no curves for miles. But now, in the gathering darkness, nothing looked the same. I slowed the minivan, staring at the crude wooden sign at the fork. One arrow pointed left with the word "Stay" crudely painted on it. The other pointed right and said, "Leave." Both words seemed to glow in the beam of our headlights, as if they were alive, changing direction. "Dad?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. I hesitated, my mind confused. The left fork seemed to lead back to the lights, probably to the motel the attendant had mentioned. The right one disappeared into the darkness, the road barely visible beyond the reach of our headlights. My instinct was to take the right fork and get as far away from this place as possible, but a nagging doubt arose. What if it was a trick? What if the exit led us in circles back to the gas station? What if our only hope was to stay and face whatever was happening here? The decision weighed heavily on me. Every second felt like an eternity. In the rearview mirror, I could see distant headlights approaching, someone coming from the gas station, following us to make sure we had made the right choice. Sarah took my hand, squeezing it tightly. "Dad," she whispered, "I'm scared." I made my decision and turned the wheel as we sped down the road we had chosen. I knew that no matter which direction we took, our journey was far from over. Darkness surrounded us, and the road ahead was uncertain, but we were together and we were moving. And sometimes when faced with the unknown, that's all you can do. The gas station disappeared behind us, swallowed by the night, but its memory remained as a reminder that sometimes the real horrors aren't the monsters in the shadows, but the smiling faces that hide secrets too terrible to imagine. And as we drove into the uncertain night, I couldn't help but wonder how many others had faced this choice, and where their decisions had taken them. All I knew for sure was that whatever lay ahead, we would face it together, and maybe, just maybe, we would find our way back to a world that made sense. A world where gas station attendants didn't smile like predators, and where the concept of staying or leaving wasn't a life or death decision. But deep down, I feared that we had crossed a threshold where the world we knew was behind us, and ahead of us lay only mysteries and dangers we couldn't begin to comprehend. All we could do was keep driving, hope for the best, and pray that the forces that governed this strange, twisted reality would guide us safely home. As the miles passed and the darkness deepened, I clung to the steering wheel, to hope, and to the knowledge that whatever came next, we would face it as a family, together in the night, driving toward an uncertain destination. Next story. Dawn broke, and the porch steps creaked beneath my feet, a sound that seemed to echo across the eerily silent farmland. I had made this trip dozens of times before, but something today felt different. The air was thick with tension, like the calm before a storm. As I raised my hand to knock, a chill ran down my spine. Little did I know that I was about to step into a nightmare that would haunt me for many years to come. I have been a social worker in rural Missouri for almost a decade, and I have seen many troubled families, cases of abuse, and terrible living conditions, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found at the Henderson farm that day. The call came yesterday from a concerned neighbor reporting unusual activity at the old farmhouse. Normally I would have dismissed it as small-town gossip, but the Hendersons had been on our radar for some time. Rumors of domestic disputes and a recent accident involving their youngest son had put them squarely in the at-risk category. Here I was, standing on their porch trying to ignore the knot forming in my stomach. I knocked on the door, but the sound seemed to disappear into the vastness of the surrounding cornfields. "Mrs. Henderson?" I called. "It's Sarah from Social Services. I'm just here for a routine check-in." I tried the door handle, surprised to find it unlocked, and the door swung open with a long creak that set my teeth on edge. "Hello? Anyone home?" The interior of the farmhouse was dark, with dust dancing in the few rays of sunlight that managed to penetrate the dirty windows. The living room was a mess with broken furniture on the floor. My heart began to race. This was more than just the mess of a busy family home. "Mr. Henderson? Mrs. Henderson?" I called again, my voice echoing through the empty rooms. As I entered the house, the signs of disturbance became more pronounced. In the kitchen, drawers had been ripped out, and their contents spilled onto the floor. A table had been overturned, one leg torn off, and on the refrigerator door, a child's drawing was held in place by alphabet magnets. The magnets spelled out a single word that made my blood run cold. Shadows. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for backup, but found I had no signal. Of course, the Henderson farm was notoriously remote. A sound from upstairs made me freeze. It was faint, almost inaudible, but in the oppressive silence of the house, it could very well have been a gunshot. It was a child's cry, and every instinct told me to run and get out of the house and drive as fast as I could to the nearest police station. But I couldn't, not with a child in danger. I took a deep breath, composed myself, and started up the stairs. Each step creaked under my weight, announcing my presence to whoever was upstairs. The second floor was darker than the first. The windows were boarded up from the inside, and the crying grew louder as I approached a door at the end of the hallway, which was slightly ajar, a fragment of darkness beckoning me to enter. "I'm here to help," I said. The crying stopped abruptly, and with trembling fingers, I pushed the door open and entered the room, which was completely dark. I turned on my cell phone flashlight to illuminate the space. It was a child's room, or at least it had been. Now it looked more like a prison cell. The walls were covered with frantic scribbles, stick figures, and monstrous shapes intertwined in a chaotic mural. The bed was rumpled, its frame bent and twisted as if it had been subjected to immense force, and there, huddled in the corner, was a child. "Hey," I said, trying to keep my voice calm and soft. "My name is Sarah. I'm here to help. Are you okay?" The figure didn't move or respond. As I approached, the light from my cell phone revealed more details. It was a boy no older than 9 years old. He rocked back and forth, his arms wrapped tightly around his knees. I knelt down to his level. Slowly, the boy raised his head. I had to stifle a gasp. His face was thin, his eyes sunken and ringed with dark circles, but it was his expression that really chilled me to the bone. It was a look of pure, unadulterated terror. "They took them," he whispered, his voice hoarse, as if he had been screaming for hours. "Who took who, dear?" I asked, feeling a twinge of unease run down my spine. "The shadows," he said. "Sweetheart, can you tell me what happened?" The boy's eyes darted around the room as if he expected the shadows to materialize at any moment. "They came at night. I heard Mom screaming, trying to fight them." His voice trailed off and fresh tears welled up in his eyes. I reached out to comfort him, but he shied away from my touch. "It's okay," I said softly. "You're safe now. I'll get you out of here, okay?" He shook his head violently. "No, we can't leave. They'll find us. They always find us." "Who's going to find us?" I asked, but before he could answer, a sound from downstairs made us freeze. It was the unmistakable sound of the front door opening. The boy's eyes widened in terror. "They're here," he whispered. I grabbed his hand, pulling him to his feet. "We have to go now." We sneaked out of the room, and my heart was beating so hard that I was sure it would give us away. The hallway seemed endless, a descent into unknown danger. That's when I saw them. Shadows darker than the darkness around us, moving with a fluidity that was decidedly inhuman. They were climbing the stairs. "Is there another way out?" I whispered urgently. He nodded, pointing to a window at the end of the hallway. Without hesitation, I grabbed him and ran. Behind us, I could hear the shadows advancing, a sound like dry leaves sliding across the sidewalk. I fumbled with the window latch, aware of the danger approaching. Finally, it gave way, and I opened the window, feeling a rush of cold air on my face. "Hold on tight," I said to the boy, and without allowing myself to think, I stepped out onto the sloping roof. The tiles were slippery with moss, treacherous under my feet. The boy clung to me as if I were a lifeline. Below us, the ground seemed impossibly far away. A sound from the window made me turn. A shadow was fading, reaching toward us with tentacles of darkness. The boy whimpered, burying his face in my shoulder. There was nowhere else to go but down. I jumped. The impact knocked the wind out of me and made my ankle hurt, but I didn't have time to assess the damage. I staggered and got up, with the boy still in my arms, and ran. The cornfield appeared before us, the stalks swaying gently in the breeze, leaves hitting my face as I ran blindly forward. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was the burning in my lungs, the weight of the boy in my arms, and the constant fear that at any moment those shadows would emerge from the corn and drag us into whatever hellish realm they had taken the Hendersons. Finally, mercifully, we broke free of the cornfield. My car was where I had left it, a beacon of normality in this nightmarish landscape. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely open the door. As I put the boy in the passenger seat, I glanced back at the farmhouse. The farmhouse stood silhouetted against the setting sun, its windows dark and empty. But I could have sworn I saw movement behind one of those windows, a mass of shadows that writhed and made my skin crawl. I got into the car, and we pulled out of the driveway, leaving gravel flying behind us. In the rearview mirror, I watched the farm recede, a dark stain on the landscape that seemed to pulsate with a malevolent energy. The boy was silent beside me, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. I wanted to tell him that everything would be okay, but the words stuck in my throat because I knew that, deep down, nothing would ever be okay again. As we sped toward the city, toward safety and rationality in a world that made sense, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were only postponing the inevitable. Someday, somehow, those shadows would find us again, and when they did, God help us. Are you still awake? If so, comment station to show you're still here. Next story. The first time I saw the ghost, I almost convinced myself it was just exhaustion playing tricks on my mind, but on the third night, when I saw a spectral hand reach through solid walls to adjust an IV, I knew I wasn't imagining things. Something was terribly wrong in the West Wing of St. Margaret's Hospital, and I was the only one who could see it. My name is Elena, and I've been a night shift nurse at St. Margaret's for 5 years. I thought I'd seen it all, the miracles, the tragedies, the long, silent hours when life and death hang in the balance, but nothing could have prepared me for what I found in those dark, sterile corridors. It started with small things, medical equipment moving on its own, the faint sound of footsteps when all the patients were asleep. At first, I dismissed it as the usual sounds and moans of an old building, but then I saw her, a woman in a nurse's uniform, transparent like mist, gliding down the hallway. She looked directly at me, freezing my heart in my chest, and then passed through a closed door as if it were made of air. I tried to convince myself that I was hallucinating from lack of sleep, but deep down, I knew what I had seen was real. The next night, I came to work determined to find a logical explanation. I kept myself busy, checking on patients, administering medications, anything to keep my mind occupied. But as the hours passed, the strange occurrences only intensified. Equipment moved on its own, monitors flashed impossible readings, and there was always the ghost nurse watching from the shadows with sad, empty eyes. By the third night, I could no longer deny that St. Margaret's was haunted, and somehow I was the only one who could see it. I tried to tell my coworkers, but they just laughed. "Elena, you're working too hard," they said. "Maybe you should take some time off." But I couldn't. Something was going on in that hospital, something beyond the realm of medical science, and I needed to understand what was happening. It was the end of my shift when things took a turn for the bizarre. I was doing my final check on the patients in the West Wing when I noticed something strange. The hallway seemed longer than usual. The fluorescent lights flickered ominously, casting strange shadows on the walls. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, but no, the hallway was definitely stretching and expanding like something out of a funhouse mirror. My breath caught in my throat when I realized the truth. This wing shouldn't have existed at all. St. Margaret's was an L-shaped building. I had walked its corridors countless times, memorizing every turn and corner. There was no west wing, at least not in the waking world. Fear overwhelmed me, but curiosity drove me forward. I had to know what was at the end of this impossible hallway. My footsteps echoed unnaturally as I walked, the sound reverberating off walls that seemed to pulsate with an otherworldly energy. The temperature dropped dramatically, my breath fogging up in the air. Goosebumps formed on my arms as I hugged myself to try to ward off the supernatural chill. And then I saw her again, the ghost nurse. She stood at the end of the hallway, waving at me with a pale, translucent hand. Her eyes, once sad, now burned with an urgent intensity. "Who are you?" I called, my voice sounding small and frightened in the eerie silence. She didn't speak, just continued to gesture for me to follow her. Against my better judgment, I stepped forward and began to make out more details. Her uniform was from the 1950s, starched and immaculate. Her face was young, but her eyes had the weight of decades, and there, on her barely legible name tag, was written Margaret. Margaret, as in St. Margaret's Hospital. This wasn't just any ghost, it was the spirit of the hospital's namesake. Before I could process this revelation, Margaret turned and slipped through a door I hadn't noticed before. It was old, made of heavy wood with peeling paint, and a faded sign hanging crookedly. Quarantine. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. Everything in me wanted to turn back, to flee this place that shouldn't exist. But I couldn't. The door swung open, revealing a scene from another era, without modern medical equipment and sterile white walls. Instead, I found myself in a ward that looked like it had been plucked from the 1950s. Iron bed frames lined the walls, occupied by ghostly patients trapped in various states of suffering. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and something else, the sickly sweetness of decay. Margaret stood in the center of the room, her eyes fixed on me with an intensity that made my skin crawl. "What is this place?" I whispered, though I feared I already knew the answer. Margaret's voice, when she finally spoke, was like the rustling of dead leaves. "This is where it all began, where it always begins." "Where what began?" I asked, fearful. "The disease." Her form flickered like a candle in the wind. "It has been here for decades, a plague that defies medical science. We thought we could contain it here in this wing, but we were wrong." As she spoke, the ghostly patients began to stir, and their moans filled the air, a cacophony of suffering that made my heart ache. I was horrified by the manifestation of their symptoms, with boils erupting on their translucent skin, eyes clouding over with cataracts, limbs twisting at impossible angles. "We couldn't save them," Margaret continued, her voice heavy with decades of guilt. "So many lives lost, and now it's happening again." A chill ran down my spine. "What do you mean it's happening again?" She gestured to a bed in the corner, the only one occupied by a living, solid patient. With growing fear I approached, recognizing the man as one of our long-term residents. Mr. Chen had been with us for months, suffering from an undiagnosed illness that had baffled our best doctors. As I looked at him, I saw his symptoms with new eyes, the strange rash on his arms, the blurred vision, the unexplained fevers. All of it matched the ghostly patients around us. "It's starting again," I whispered. Margaret nodded solemnly. "History is repeating itself. The disease has awakened and will spread unless..." "Unless what?" I demanded, desperate. "Unless someone stops it. Someone who can see the truth, who can bridge the gap between the past and the present. Someone like you, Elena." The weight of her words fell on me like a tombstone. I was just a nurse, not someone chosen with mystical powers. How could I stop a plague that had already claimed so many lives? But when I looked around the room at the suffering souls trapped between life and death, I knew I had to try. For them, for Mr. Chen, for all the potential victims of this forgotten disease. "What do I need to do?" I asked, shrugging my shoulders. Margaret's form began to fade, her edges becoming indistinct. "Find the source. It is hidden in the hospital, in a place forgotten by time. The answers you seek are there, but be warned, the disease does not want to be discovered." With those enigmatic words, she disappeared along with the rest of the spectral ward. I found myself back in the normal hospital, the morning sun peeking through the windows. For a moment I wondered if it had all been a vivid hallucination, but the chill that remained in my bones and the newfound knowledge that burned in my mind told me otherwise. It was all real. My mind was filled with questions. Where was this forgotten place Margaret spoke of? How could I find the source of a supernatural disease? And most importantly, how could I convince anyone of what I had seen without sounding completely insane? I knew one thing for sure. My life would never be the same again. I had been given a mission, a chance to prevent history from repeating its tragic course. The dangers were very real, but as I stepped out into the morning light, I felt a determination wash over me. Whatever the cost, I would uncover the truth hidden within the walls of St. Margaret's. I would stop this disease before it could claim more lives, because sometimes the difference between life and death is not just medicine, but the courage to face the unknown and the willingness to believe in the impossible. As I drove home, the weight of my new responsibility on my shoulders, I couldn't help but wonder what other secrets lurked in the shadows of St. Margaret's Hospital, and, more importantly, if I was really ready to face them. Only time would tell, but one thing was certain: my nights at St. Margaret's would never be ordinary again. Next story. The windshield wipers fought a losing battle against the torrential rain as I scanned the darkness for any sign of life along the desolate highway. That's when I saw him. A lone figure illuminated by my headlights, thumb extended in the universal hitchhiking sign. I had always been taught never to pick up strangers, but something in the desperation of his posture made me slow down. Little did I know that simple act of kindness would plunge me into a nightmare from which I might never escape. My name is Dave, a truck driver who has seen his share of lonely roads and strange encounters, but nothing in my years on the road could have prepared me for what happened on that stormy night on Route 16. When I pulled over, the hitchhiker rushed to the passenger door, opening it and practically diving inside. The interior light revealed a man in his early 30s, soaked to the bone, with wild eyes that darted nervously around the cabin. "Thanks," he gasped, running his hand through his wet hair. "I thought I was going to be stuck out here all night." "No problem," I replied, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling in my gut. "Where are you headed?" "The next town would be great," he said, his voice tense. "By the way, I'm Mike." "Dave," I replied, pulling back onto the road. "Nice to meet you." For a few minutes we drove in silence, the only sound the rain hitting the roof and the rhythmic noise of the windshield wipers. I glanced over at my passenger, noticing how he kept fidgeting, his eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror. "So, what brings you out on a night like this?" I asked, trying to break the tension. "Oh, you wouldn't believe me if I told you," he said, almost manic. "Try to surprise me," I said, keeping my voice light. "I've heard some pretty strange stories." He was silent for a long moment, and when he spoke again, his voice was little more than a whisper. "I'm running from something that isn't human." I felt a chill run down my spine, but I forced a laugh. "Like a bear or something?" Mike turned to me, his eyes wide and feverish. "No, man, something much, much worse. It killed my friends, tearing them apart right in front of me. I barely got away." My knuckles turned white on the steering wheel as I processed his words. Part of me wanted to believe that this was just the ramblings of a madman or a bad joke, but the raw terror in his voice was unmistakable. "What exactly did you see?" I asked, my curiosity overcoming my fear. Mike shuddered, hugging himself tightly. "We were camping in the country, no cell service, no other people for miles. It was supposed to be a fun weekend, but on the second night, we heard a sound I'd never heard before. Not from animals, not from humans, just wrong." He paused, swallowing hard. I wanted to tell him to stop, that I didn't want to hear any more, but I couldn't find my voice. We tried to get out to gather our things and leave, but it found us. This thing was huge, covered in teeth and claws, and God, the smell of rotten flesh and sulfur. Tears streamed down Mike's face, his whole body shaking as if he were made of paper. He recalled his friend Sarah screaming for so long that I felt bile rising in my throat, my mind reeling with the horrible images his words evoked. "How did you escape?" I asked. Mike's laughter was bitter, bordering on hysteria. "Pure luck. I ran, didn't look back, didn't stop, just ran until I got to the highway, and now I think it's following me." As if in response, a deafening roar cut through the sound of the rain. It was like nothing I had ever heard before, a mixture of a lion's roar, a wolf's howl, and something distinctly otherworldly. The car swerved, and I instinctively recoiled, struggling to regain control. Mike whispered, his face gray. "Oh God, he found me." I pressed down hard on the accelerator, the speedometer climbing as we raced through the night. The rain was falling harder, now obscuring my vision, but I didn't dare slow down. "We need to get to the city," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "There will be people there, security lights." Mike shook his head violently. No, you don't understand. He won't stop. He'll kill everyone. We have to get him away, somewhere isolated." Part of me knew he was right. If this thing was real, if it was as dangerous as Mike described, we couldn't risk taking it into a populated area. But the idea of deliberately taking it into the wilderness, far from help, made my stomach churn again. Closer now. In the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of movement, something huge moving too fast for its size. It was closing in on us, and Mike screamed, pointing to a detour. In the rain, I would have missed the old logging road. I swerved onto the detour, the car jolting violently as we turned onto the dirt road that led into the forest. "Where does this go?" I asked, struggling to keep the car on the increasingly treacherous road. "An old quarry," Mike replied, his eyes wide. "It's deep. If we can lure him in." He didn't need to finish his thought. The logging road seemed endless. Every turn revealed only more darkness and heavy rain. The roars behind us were getting closer, and finally the road opened into a large, bowl-shaped depression, the old quarry. I slammed on the brakes, and the car skidded across the muddy ground before coming to a stop at the edge of a drop. "Now what?" I gasped. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would explode out of my chest. Mike was already opening the door. "We run and split up so it chases us. When it's in the center," his words were cut off by a thunderous roar, and then I saw it. Nothing could have prepared me for the horror that emerged from the tree line. It was huge, easily the size of an elephant, but with a twisted, almost insectoid appearance. Multiple eyes glowed a sickly yellow in the darkness, and its jaw was filled with rows upon rows of dagger-like teeth. I didn't need to be told twice. I ran to the right, my feet slipping on the wet rocks as I rounded the edge of the quarry. Behind me, I could hear the creature's heavy footsteps, the sound of its claws scraping against the stone. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't, for the creature was right behind me, so close I could feel its hot, putrid breath. At that moment, I was certain I was about to die. But then, Mike's voice rang out from across the quarry. "Hey, you ugly bastard!" The creature's head turned toward the sound, momentarily distracted. It was the opening I needed. I sprinted up a steep slope and onto higher ground. From my new vantage point, I could see the entire quarry. Mike was on the other side, waving his arms and shouting. The creature was in the center, its enormous head swiveling between us as if trying to decide which prey to pursue. That's when I noticed the crack spreading across the quarry floor. The rain had saturated the ground, and the creature's weight was too much for the unstable surface. Mike saw it too. His eyes widened with understanding, and we stared at each other across the quarry, a silent agreement between us. This was our chance. We started yelling, waving our arms, doing everything we could to enrage the creature. It let out a roar that shook the air and lunged toward the center of the quarry, with the intention of hitting one of us. For a moment the creature seemed to be suspended in the air, its glowing eyes wide with what appeared to be surprise. And then, with a sound like a landslide, it plummeted into the depths of the earth. The silence that followed was deafening. Mike and I stood on opposite sides of the newly formed chasm, panting and shaking. Slowly and cautiously, we made our way back to the car, and neither of us spoke as we drove back to the highway. The first rays of dawn were beginning to peek through the clouds. The storm had passed, but I knew the nightmare was far from over. We had survived, but at what cost? What if there were more of those things out there? I looked at Mike and saw in his eyes the same haunted look I knew must be in mine. We had glimpsed a world beyond our comprehension, faced a horror that defied explanation, and now we had to live with that knowledge. As we returned to Route 16 toward the nearest town, with whatever semblance of normalcy we could find, I made a silent vow that I would never hitchhike again. I realized that some risks just weren't worth taking, but deep down, I knew that the real danger wasn't on the side of the road. It was out there, in nature, in the dark places of the world, and sooner or later, it would come back. All we could do was hope we'd be ready when it did. Next story. The moment the light went out, I knew this wasn't going to be a normal babysitting job. But when I heard those tiny footsteps upstairs in a room where 2 children should have been fast asleep, my blood ran cold. I never believed in the supernatural, but that night at the Andersons' house would change everything I thought I knew about the world. My name is Jessica, and I babysat for most of my high school years to save up for college. Lily and Max, 8 and 6, were my regular clients, sweet if a little quiet kids, and their parents were out for their monthly date night. I was settling in for what I thought would be a typical night of Disney movies and microwave popcorn. The storm had been brewing all day, dark clouds gathering on the horizon like an ominous warning. I put the kids to bed at 8:30 p.m. as the wind howled outside and rain beat against the windows in furious sheets. I was lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone and half watching some reality show, when there was a flash of lightning, a deafening crack of thunder, and suddenly the house was plunged into darkness. I turned on the flashlight on my phone. The beam cut through the darkness, casting long, sinister shadows across the living room. I headed to the kitchen, looking for candles or a flashlight, anything that could combat the oppressive darkness. That's when I heard a soft thud coming from upstairs, followed by the unmistakable sound of small feet walking across the floor. My first thought was that the thunder had woken one of the children. "Lily? Max?" I shouted, heading toward the stairs. "It's just a power outage. I'm coming up." There was no answer, just more soft footsteps, now crossing the upstairs hallway. I climbed the stairs, the beam of light from my cell phone flashlight swaying wildly with each step. "Come on, guys, this isn't funny. You should be in bed." When I reached the top of the stairs, a chill ran down my spine. The children's bedroom door was wide open, spilling darkness into the hallway like a flood of black paint. I clearly remembered closing it when I put them to bed. "Lily? Max?" My voice sounded small, swallowed by the shadows. I looked into their room and my flashlight revealed empty, rumpled beds. Where were they? A laugh echoed from the end of the hallway, high-pitched and strange. It didn't sound like either of the children. "Hello?" I called, my voice trembling slightly. "Who's there?" Another laugh, closer this time, and then in a singing voice that made my skin crawl. Come play with us, Jesse. No one called me Jesse except... No, it couldn't be. She had been gone for years. Emily? I whispered the name, which got stuck in my throat, and the temperature in the hallway seemed to drop 10 degrees. My breath was visible, even though it was the middle of summer. You remember? The voice sounded enchanted in a way that sent shivers down my spine. I knew you would. Now we can play forever, like we promised. Emily, my best friend since childhood, the girl who fell through the ice on that frozen lake when we were 10, the girl whose hand I couldn't hold. This isn't real, I muttered to myself, squeezing my eyes shut. This can't be real. When I opened them again, she was there, a small, pale figure at the end of the hallway, her wet hair hanging in tufts around her face. Her lips were blue and cold, but her eyes glowed with an unnatural light. "Where are the children, Emily?" I asked, struggling to keep my voice steady. She tilted her head and a wide smile spread across her face. "Don't you want to play too, Jesse?" I heard another laugh, this time from behind me. I spun around to see Lily and Max standing there, their eyes glassy and unfocused, holding hands with something, a dark, shadowy figure that seemed to shift and flow like living smoke. "What have you done to them?" I demanded, my fear giving way to anger. Emily's smile faltered. "We're just playing like we used to. Don't you remember how much fun we had?" I remembered the long summer days we spent exploring the woods behind our houses, afternoons telling ghost stories and planning our future, and that fateful last day of winter at the lake. "That was a long time ago, Emily," I said softly. "You shouldn't be here." Her face contorted with anger. "You promised," she said. "You said we'd be best friends forever." The house began to shake, picture frames swaying on the walls. The shadowy figure holding Lily and Max's hands grew larger, and tendrils of darkness reached toward me. I backed away, my mind racing. How do you fight a ghost? How could I save 2 children from something I barely understood? And then it occurred to me, the promise, the one thing that had haunted me for years after Emily's death. "You're right," I said, forcing myself to look directly into those burning eyes. "I promised, and I'm sorry, Emily. I'm so sorry I couldn't save you." Something changed in her face then, a flash of sadness through the anger. "I carry that guilt with me every day," I continued, and tears streamed down my face. "I've wished 1,000 times I could go back and change things, but I can't, and neither can you." I took a step toward her, ignoring all the instincts screaming at me to run away. "It wasn't fair. You deserved so much more time. But that's not how it is. Lily and Max have their whole lives ahead of them. Please, Emily, let them go." For a long moment, nothing happened. The air seemed thick, charged with an energy I couldn't explain. And then, slowly, Emily began to cry. Not the wailing of a vengeful spirit, but the silent sobs of the little girl I once knew. "I'm scared, Jesse," she whispered. "I don't know how to leave." My heart broke for her. Despite everything, despite the terror of the last few minutes, all I could see now was my best friend, lost and alone. "It's okay," I said gently, reaching out my hand. "I'm here. I'll help you." When my fingers touched hers, a warmth spread through me. Memories flooded my mind, not just of that tragic day, but of all the good times we shared. I saw Emily as she was, full of life and laughter. "Thank you," she murmured, her form beginning to fade, "for remembering, for not letting go." And then she was gone. The oppressive darkness dissipated, and I found myself alone in the hallway. Behind me, I heard Lily and Max stir, as if waking from a deep sleep. "Jess," Lily called, her voice groggy. "Why are we in the hallway?" I turned to them, relief flooding me in waves. They were fine, confused, but fine. "You were just sleepwalking," I said, hugging them. "Let's get you back to bed." As I tucked them in, the lights came back on. The storm outside had passed, leaving behind a quiet, starry night. I sank into the couch, my mind reeling from what had just happened. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a vivid hallucination caused by stress and lack of sleep, but I knew, deep down, that it had been real. Emily had been real, and by helping her find peace, I had finally begun to forgive myself. When the Andersons returned home, I told them a sanitized version of the night. Just a brief power outage, nothing to worry about. They didn't need to know about my best friend's ghost or the dark entities that had almost stolen their children. As I drove home that night, I found myself thinking about Emily, our friendship, and the thin line between this world and the one beyond it. I don't know if I'll ever fully understand what happened in that house, but I do know that sometimes the most important thing we can do is remember those we've lost, honor their memory, and when the time comes, help them find their way home. I'm still babysitting for the Andersons. The kids don't seem to remember anything from that night, but sometimes when I'm there and the house is quiet, I swear I can hear the faint echo of children's laughter, and it doesn't scare me anymore. Instead, it reminds me of a promise kept, a friendship honored, and a long-awaited goodbye. Next story. The first camera I found was hidden in a potted plant, its lens peeking out between the leaves like a sinister eye. The second was hidden behind a picture frame in the guest bedroom. By the time I discovered the third, nestled in the shower, my hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold my phone. But it was when I tried to leave and found all the doors and windows locked from the outside that I realized the true horror of my situation. This wasn't just an invasion of privacy, it was a carefully laid trap, and I was trapped. My name is Alex, and until that day, I thought house sitting for my college professor would be the easiest money I'd ever made. Dr. Hartley was going on a month-long research trip to South America and needed someone to water his plants and feed his cat. The fact that he lived in a sprawling Victorian mansion on the outskirts of town was just a bonus. A whole month in a beautiful house, away from my cramped apartment, seemed too good to be true. The first few days were uneventful, and I settled into a routine, enjoying the luxury of the spacious rooms and well-stocked kitchen. Dr. Hartley's cat, an orange tabby named Schrödinger, ignored me except at mealtimes. It was a peaceful, quiet place, perfect for catching up on my thesis. But on the fourth day, I noticed something strange. I was watering the ficus in the living room when a glint of something metallic caught my eye. I pushed the leaves aside, and there was a small camera, no bigger than my thumbnail, cleverly hidden. My first thought was that it must be some kind of security system. But why hide it, and why in a plant of all places? A feeling of unease settled in the pit of my stomach as I scanned the room. Within the next hour, my unease turned to full-blown panic as I discovered camera after camera. They were everywhere, in light fixtures, behind books on the shelves, even in the bathroom. The realization hit me like a punch in the stomach. I was being watched, every moment, every private act, all recorded without my knowledge or consent. My hands trembled as I pulled out my phone, ready to call the police. But when the screen lit up, my blood ran cold. There was no signal. That's when I made my next horrifying discovery. All the doors leading to the outside were locked, not just locked, but barricaded. The windows were also sealed shut with some kind of industrial-strength adhesive. I was trapped. "Okay, Alex," I muttered to myself, trying to fight off the rising wave of panic. I ran from room to room in search of some weak spot, some unnoticed exit. But everywhere I turned, I found only more cameras and more locked doors. It was as if the house itself had turned against me, transforming from a luxurious retreat into an inescapable prison. As night fell, the house seemed to come alive with a sinister energy. Shadows danced on the walls, and every corner of the old building made my heart race. I cowered in a corner of the living room, with Schrödinger purring contentedly on my lap, oblivious to my terror. That's when I heard a sound that made my blood run cold. Footsteps coming from upstairs, slow, deliberate footsteps creaking on the old floorboards. But that was impossible. I was alone in the house. The footsteps grew closer and closer, descending the stairs with agonizing slowness. Every muscle in my body tensed to flee. But where could I run? Where could I hide in a house full of watchful eyes? The living room door opened, and there he was, Dr. Hartley, but not the kind, absent-minded professor I knew. This man's eyes glowed with a maniacal intensity, his smile turning cruel and predatory. "Alex, my dear," he said in a sickeningly sweet voice, "I'm so glad you decided to stay." "Professor," I managed to choke out. "What is this? Why are you here?" He laughed, the sound sending shivers down my spine. "The cameras, the locks, all of this is for you, Alex, for my research." My mind raced, trying to make sense of his words. "Research? What are you talking about?" "About human behavior, my dear, the effects of isolation, surveillance, and fear on the psyche. And you, well, you are my perfect study subject." He examined me as if I were an interesting specimen on a microscope slide, and I curled up even further in the corner. Young and intelligent, confident. It will be fascinating to watch you unravel. The full horror of the situation dawned on me. I wasn't a guest. I was an experiment, a lab rat. "You're crazy," I whispered, my voice shaking. "You can't do this. People will look for me. They'll know I'm missing." Dr. Hartley's smile widened. "Will your parents think you're on an exchange program? Will your friends believe you're detoxing from social media? No one will miss you, Alex. Not for a long, long time." My mind raced for a way out, an argument, anything. But the cold, calculating look in his eyes told me that logic and pleading would get me nowhere. This man, my mentor, the teacher I trusted and admired, was completely unbalanced. "Now," he said, pulling something out of his pocket, a syringe. "Let's get started, shall we?" I don't remember much after that. Flashes of consciousness punctuated by long periods of darkness. The days blurred together, marked only by Dr. Hartley's experiments, sensory manipulation, and psychological torment. All the while, the cameras watched, recording every moment of my deteriorating mental state. But even in my darkest moments, a small part of me refused to give up. I waited, I planned, and finally, after what seemed like an eternity, an opportunity arose. It was Schrödinger who gave me the chance to be free. In a rare moment of affection, he began to follow Dr. Hartley one day when he entered my room for another session. Schrödinger lunged between his legs. The professor stumbled, and the syringe fell from his hand. In that moment of distraction, I gathered every ounce of strength I had left and lunged at him. I grabbed the syringe, and my fingers closed around it, just as Dr. Hartley regained his balance. We grappled, rolling across the floor in a desperate struggle. I'd like to say it was skill or strategy that won the day, but in truth, it was pure animal desperation. As we wrestled, I managed to turn the syringe toward him and jab it into his thigh. His eyes widened in shock, then glazed over as the sedative he had prepared for me took effect. Gasping and shaking, I staggered to my feet. I knew I didn't have much time, and with trembling hands, I searched his pockets and found a bunch of keys. It was agonizing minutes of trial and error before I found the one that unlocked the front door. The fresh air hit me like a physical force. I gulped it down and tears streamed down my face. The police arrived minutes after my frantic call to 911 and found Dr. Hartley still unconscious, surrounded by his cameras and recording equipment. The evidence of his crimes was overwhelming. In the days and weeks that followed, the full extent of Dr. Hartley's madness came to light. I was just the latest in a long line of students he had lured into his torturous experiments. Not everyone was as lucky as I was. The trial was a media sensation. Dr. Hartley, once a respected academic, was revealed to be a monster hiding behind a facade of intellect and charm. He was sentenced to life in prison, but the damage he caused remained with the traumatized survivors of his research. Therapy helps, as does the support of my family and other survivors, but there are still nights when I wake up in a cold sweat, convinced that I am back in that house, surrounded by watchful eyes. I have learned to be more cautious, more skeptical, but I have also learned the power of resilience, the ability of the human spirit to endure and overcome. Dr. Hartley wanted to break me, to take away my humanity. In the end, it was his own humanity that was lost. Sometimes, late at night, I think of Schrödinger, of his feline, aloof manner. That cat saved my life. I like to imagine that he found a good home, free from the madness that consumed his former owner. As for me, I'm taking it one day at a time, rebuilding, reclaiming my life, and always checking for hidden cameras. Next story. The tow truck's headlights cut through the fog like blind knives, barely illuminating the road ahead as I pulled up. When I reached the coordinates I had been given, my heart sank. There was no broken down car, no stranded driver waving for help, just a stretch of empty road surrounded by dense forest that seemed to swallow the light. Then I heard a low, guttural sound coming from the tree line, a sound no human throat could make. At that moment, I knew I had been lured into something far more sinister than a late-night repair job. My name is Mike, and I've been a mechanic for over 2 decades. I operate a 24-hour towing service because, after all, breakdowns don't stick to business hours. But in all my years on the road, I had never experienced anything like what happened on that lonely stretch of Highway 16. It all started with a call on the radio about a broken-down vehicle about 20 miles outside of town. The driver reported engine trouble and gave his location as best he could. I grabbed my tow truck and headed out, expecting to find some poor soul with a broken radiator or dead battery. But as I approached the reported location, a feeling of unease began to wash over me. The fog had reduced visibility to almost nothing. The woods closed in on both sides of the road, their branches stretching out like twisted fingers. And there was something else, something I couldn't quite identify, a stillness in the air, as if the whole world were holding its breath. I slowed the truck to a crawl, looking through the windshield for any sign of a vehicle. But there was nothing, no cars, no people, not even skid marks on the road, just that impenetrable wall of fog and the looming presence of the forest. I tried to contact dispatch, but all I got was static. There was no cell service here either. I realized, looking at my phone, that I was alone. I rolled down the window. Anyone out there need help? My voice seemed to be swallowed by the fog. Not even an echo returned. And then I heard that low, rumbling sound, at first almost like the growl of a large dog, but it grew and became something between a roar and a scream. The sound made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end and sent a chill down my spine. Every instinct told me to get out of there, turn the truck around and head back to civilization, but I couldn't. What if someone really was in trouble out there? It was my duty to help, no matter how scary things were. I took a deep breath, grabbed my flashlight, and got out of the truck. The fog immediately enveloped me, cold and damp against my skin. I swept the beam of my flashlight back and forth across the road, looking for any sign of a vehicle or a person. "Hello," I called again, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. "This is roadside assistance. Is anyone out there?" Another roar split the night, closer this time, much closer. With my heart pounding in my chest, my flashlight beam caught something moving in the woods, something large. For a moment I was frozen, unable to process what I was seeing. It was as if my brain refused to accept the information my eyes were sending, because what I saw was not possible. A huge shape emerged from the tree line, about 8 feet tall and built like a tank. But it was not human. And its face, my God, its face was something out of a nightmare, a distorted mix of bear and wolf, with eyes that glowed an unnatural yellow in the beam of my flashlight. I stumbled backward, almost falling in my haste to get back to the truck. The creature let out another bone-chilling roar and attacked. I don't remember getting back into the truck. One moment I was outside facing death, and the next I was behind the wheel, fumbling with the keys, and the engine roared to life just as the creature reached the driver's door. A huge paw with claws the size of hunting knives slammed against the window. The glass held, but a web of cracks spread across its surface. I stepped on the gas, and the tires screeched on the wet asphalt as I pulled away, the creature's roars fading into the distance. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely keep the wheel straight. What the hell had I just seen? It couldn't be real. Monsters didn't exist. They were the stuff of campfire stories and bad horror movies, not something you found on a regular road. But the claw marks on the driver's side window told a different story. I drove for what seemed like hours, too afraid to stop, too shaken to do anything but keep my foot on the gas and my eyes on the road. It wasn't until I saw the familiar lights of the city that I finally began to relax. How could I explain this to my boss or anyone else? They would think I was crazy. Hell, I thought I was crazy. When I got out of the truck, my legs almost gave out beneath me. The adrenaline was wearing off, leaving me weak and shaky. That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Stuck in one of the cracks in the window was a piece of thick, dark skin, proof that what I had seen was real, or at least proof that something had attacked my truck, something big and definitely not human. I pulled the fragment out of the window with trembling fingers, staring at it in disbelief. Part of me wanted to throw it away and pretend that the whole night had never happened, but I couldn't. I needed answers. I spent weeks of sleepless nights and fruitless research. I scoured the internet for reports of strange creatures in the area. I found many sightings of Bigfoot and local folklore, but nothing that matched the horror I had seen. I thought about going to the police, but what would I tell them? That I had been attacked by some kind of wolf-bear monster. They would laugh at me at the station, or worse, think I was on drugs and I would lose my job. So I kept quiet, carrying the secret of that night like a weight around my neck, but I couldn't forget it. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those bright yellow eyes and heard that inhuman roar. It was about a month after the incident that I got another call to that stretch of Highway 16. My hands were sweating as I gripped the steering wheel. Every shadow in the forest seemed like a potential threat, but this time there really was a broken-down car, a young couple with a flat tire, nothing else. I couldn't help but scan the line of trees, hoping to see that huge shape emerge from the darkness. But there was nothing, just the normal sounds of the forest at night. The couple thanked me profusely as they drove away, leaving me alone once again on that lonely stretch of road. I stood there for a moment, flashlight in hand, and called out into the darkness. "I know you're out there," I said, my voice firmer than I felt, "and I'm not afraid." It was a lie, of course I was terrified, but something had changed in me since that night. The world was bigger, stranger, and much more dangerous than I had ever imagined. But I was still here, doing my job, helping people. I climbed back into my truck. For a second, I saw a movement in the rearview mirror and those yellow eyes glowing in the darkness. But when I turned to look, there was nothing there. The engine roared, bringing some comfort. Whatever was out there in the woods, whatever strange and terrifying things existed beyond the limits of our understanding, I had a job to do. People were counting on me. I put the truck in gear and drove back into town, ready for whatever the night might bring. Because that's what you do when you see the impossible. You keep going, you adapt, you survive. And sometimes, on dark nights, when the fog grows thick, you find yourself listening for that supernatural roar between fear and a strange, inexplicable excitement. Because when you know that the world is far more mysterious and terrifying than you ever imagined, you can never go back. You can only move forward into the unknown, hoping you're ready for whatever is waiting in the shadows. Next story. The moment our car came to a stop on the outskirts of Millbrook, I knew we were in trouble. But it wasn't until I saw the way the locals looked at us, a mixture of hunger and barely concealed malice, that I realized the extent of the danger we were in. This picturesque little town, with its perfect main street and friendly smiles, hid a dark secret, and my wife and I had just become unwitting participants in whatever sinister game they were playing. I'm Jack, and up until that point, the road trip had been my idea of a perfect honeymoon. Sarah and I were driving across the country, enjoying the freedom of the open road and each other's company. We opted for scenic routes that took us through small towns and forgotten corners of the United States. Millbrook wasn't even on our itinerary. We took a wrong turn somewhere and ended up on a lonely stretch of road that seemed to go on forever. When we saw the welcome sign for the town, we figured it was as good a place as any to spend the night. That's when our trusty sedan, which had never given us trouble before, decided to die. 1 minute we were driving, and the next, the engine made a horrible grinding noise and gave up the ghost. "Well, that's just great," Sarah said, brushing her red hair out of her face. "What are we going to do now?" "At least we broke down near a town," I replied. "Let's tow it to a local mechanic and maybe spend the night at a nice bed and breakfast." Sarah smiled, but I could see the worry in her eyes. We were in the middle of nowhere, with little money and a car that wouldn't start. Not exactly the romantic trip we had planned. As we pushed the car into town, the first thing I noticed was the silence. No children playing in the yards, no music coming from open windows, just a mysterious stillness that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. We managed to get the car to a small repair shop on Main Street, and the mechanic, a burly man with grease-stained hands and a permanent scowl, barely glanced at us as he examined the engine. "It'll take a few days to fix," he grumbled. "The parts will have to come from out of town." "A few days?" I said, my heart sinking. "Isn't there anything you can do to speed it up?" He stared at me with a cold look that made me take an involuntary step back. "Things move slow around here, city boy. You'd do well to remember that." As we walked away from the garage, I couldn't shake the feeling that we had just been given some kind of warning. "Jack," Sarah whispered, clutching my arm tightly, "something's not right here. These people, the way they're looking at us." I also noticed that everyone we passed on the street was staring at us with an unsettling intensity. Some smiled, but the gesture seemed forced. Their eyes held something that looked very much like anticipation. We found a small motel on the outskirts of town, and the receptionist, an elderly lady with a very broad smile, seemed almost happy when she handed us the room key. "We don't get many visitors here in Millbrook," she said, her voice as sweet as syrup. "I hope you'll stay a while longer." As soon as the door closed behind us, Sarah turned to me, her face pale. "I don't care if we have to walk, Jack. We can't stay here." I wanted to tell her she was overreacting, that small towns were just different from what we were used to, but deep down, I also felt a growing sense of dread that seemed to permeate the very air of Millbrook. "All right," I said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "First thing in the morning we'll figure out a way to get out of here, but for now, let's try to get some rest." Rest didn't come easily that night. Every creak of the old motel, every distant sound from the town made us nervous. When dawn finally broke, we were both exhausted but relieved to see the sun. When we stepped out of our room, ready to find a way out of Millbrook, we were greeted by a group of townspeople standing in a loose semicircle, blocking our way to the street. In their center was a man in a suit that might have been fashionable decades ago. He smiled at us, but the smile didn't reach his eyes. "Good morning," he said, his voice smooth as oil. "I'm Mayor Holloway, and we're very pleased that you've decided to join us here in Millbrook." "We were just leaving," Sarah stammered, her hand finding mine and squeezing it tightly. The mayor's smile widened, revealing too many teeth. "I'm afraid that won't be possible because once you come to Millbrook, you don't leave. That's just the way it is." "I'm trying to understand what's going on," I said, keeping my voice calm. You see, our car will be fixed in a few days, and we won't be a bother to you anymore." Mayor Holloway laughed, the sound sending a chill down my spine. "You don't understand me. You're not leaving in a few days. You're never leaving. Millbrook needs new blood to keep things fresh." It was then that I noticed the subtle changes in the people of the town around us. Their smiles widened in an inhuman way, and their eyes seemed to glow with an inner light that was definitely not natural. "What are you?" I whispered, my voice trembling. "We are Millbrook," the mayor replied, opening his arms wide, "and now you are too." What followed was a nightmare I can hardly bring myself to recount. Sarah and I ran, of course, ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like jelly. But it seemed Millbrook had other plans for us. We always ended up back in the center of town. The roads that should have led us out of town looped back on themselves in impossible ways, as if the very geography of the place was warping around us, trapping us in an endless maze. The townspeople pursued us with a stubborn determination that was terrifying in its intensity. They never seemed to tire, never slowed down, and with each passing hour, they became less and less human. We saw faces stretch and distort, limbs elongate to impossible lengths. The very air seemed to tremble, as if reality was having trouble maintaining its shape in their presence. We found ourselves cornered in the old church on the outskirts of town. The windows were boarded up and the doors barricaded with whatever we could find, but we could hear them outside scratching at the walls. "Jack," Sarah sobbed, her face covered in dirt and tears. "What are they?" I wanted to have an answer for her, some explanation that would make sense of the madness we found ourselves in, but all I could do was hold her and promise that somehow we would find a way out of this situation. At night the sounds from outside grew louder and more frantic. The walls of the church began to warp and twist, the very structure of the building seeming to come alive around us. In those dark hours, as we huddled together in the heart of a town that defied all logic and reason, I realized a terrible truth. Millbrook wasn't just a place, it was something alive, ancient and hungry, and it had chosen us to be its next meal. But even in the depths of that horror, a small spark of defiance burned within me. We might have been trapped, outnumbered by forces we couldn't begin to understand, but we were still Jack and Sarah, and as long as we had each other, we had hope. When the first light of dawn began to seep through the cracks and boarded up windows, I turned to Sarah and said in a voice steadier than I felt, "We're getting out of here. I don't know how, but we're in this together." Her eyes shone with a mixture of fear and determination. As Millbrook churned and pulsed around us, its inhuman inhabitants closing in, we prepared to take our positions. Because sometimes when faced with the impossible, all we can do is hold on to what we love and refuse to give up. Whatever dark secret Millbrook held, we would face it and maybe, just maybe, find a way to free ourselves from its clutches and return to a world that made sense. A world where cities didn't devour people. A world where nightmares stayed in the realm of dreams. But even if we didn't succeed, even if Millbrook claimed us in the end, we would die fighting, because that's what you do when the world turns upside down and reality itself becomes your enemy. You hold on tight to what matters most and never give up. Next story. The beam of my flashlight flickered as it passed the cave entrance, revealing ancient symbols carved into the rock. My heart raced with excitement. This was the discovery of a lifetime. But as I delved deeper into the darkness, a chill ran down my spine. The whispers began softly at first, almost inaudible because of the dripping water, then grew louder and more insistent, echoing from the depths of the earth. That's when I realized I wasn't alone in these caves, and that whatever was down here with me was something beyond human comprehension. My name is Alex, and I've been a park ranger in Blackwood National Forest for almost a decade. I thought I knew every inch of this forest, every trail, every landmark, but the caves were new. A huge sinkhole had opened up after heavy rains last month, revealing a vast network of underground caves that no one knew existed. As the resident ranger with the most experience in caves, I was tasked with conducting an initial survey of the system, which was fairly straightforward, or so I thought. Just map the main passages, note any potential hazards, and file a report. No one expected me to stumble upon what could be the archaeological find of the century. The morning began like any other. I got ready at the ranger station and double-checked my gear: helmet, headlamp, spare flashlights, first aid kit, water, energy bars, standard radio. I had done this hundreds of times in other cave systems. This was just another day at the office. The walk to the sinkhole took about an hour. As I approached, I could feel the cool air coming from the entrance, carrying with it the musty smell of earth and stone, untouched for millennia. I stopped at the edge, shining my light into the darkness below. The beam disappeared into nothingness, swallowed by the void. "Well, here goes nothing," I muttered to myself, tying my rope to a sturdy tree and beginning my descent. The first 30 meters were exactly what I expected. Rough limestone walls, occasional stalactites, nothing out of the ordinary. But as I went deeper, things began to change. The walls became smoother, almost polished in places. Then I saw the first of the symbols carved into the rock face, a series of swirls and intricate lines that looked vaguely familiar, but different from any ancient writing I had ever seen. My heart began to race. This was big, really big. The symbols seemed to tell a story, though I couldn't begin to guess what it was. When my feet touched the cave floor, the walls were covered with these mysterious glyphs. The cave was huge, easily the size of a football field, with tunnels branching off in every direction. The air was still heavy with the weight of the ages. That's when I heard a whisper, so faint I thought I might have imagined it. I froze, straining my ears, and there it was again. A sound that could have been words, but in no language I had ever heard. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "Hello?" I called, my voice echoing off the stone walls. "Is anyone there?" The whisper stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was deafening. I tried to shake off the strange feeling creeping up my spine. It's just the wind, water, or something, I thought, but deep down I knew that wasn't true. There was no wind down here, no running water that I could see or hear. I took out my mapping equipment and began examining the main chamber, trying to ignore the tingling sensation at the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. As I worked, the whispers returned, louder, more insistent now. They seemed to come from one of the tunnels leading deep into the earth. Against my better judgment, I found myself drawn to it. The tunnel was narrow, forcing me to duck my head as I entered. The symbols on the walls became more complex and frantic, as if whoever or whatever had carved them was growing more desperate in their desire to communicate something. The whispers grew louder with every step I took. They were all around me now, a cacophony of alien sounds that made my head spin. I wanted to turn back and run to the safety of the surface, but something forced me forward. The tunnel opened into another chamber, smaller than the first, but no less inspiring. In the center was a stone structure that appeared to be an altar of some kind, and on that altar, glowing in the beam of my flashlight, was an object that defied explanation. It appeared to be made of some kind of faceted, smooth crystal, and it was glowing and pulsing with an internal light that moved and swirled like living energy. The whispers reached a fever pitch as I approached the altar, and my hand, seemingly of its own accord, reached out toward the crystal skull. "Don't touch it," a voice cut through the whispers like a knife. I turned to see a man standing in the doorway of the chamber. He was thin, dressed in ragged clothes, and his eyes were wild with fear and something else, recognition. My hand instinctively went to the radio on my belt. "Who are you? How did you get here?" The man laughed, a hollow sound that echoed off the walls. "Who am I?" "Alex Chen, forest ranger sent to inspect the caves." I felt the blood drain from my face. That's impossible. I am Alex Chen. He nodded with a sad smile on his face. You are, and I was, a week ago, a month ago, a year ago. Time doesn't work right here. I've lived this moment thousands of times, always hoping that this time I'd be able to stop myself. Stop what? I asked, trying to make sense of what he was saying. Stop myself from doing what? His eyes shifted to the crystal skull. Touch it. Release what's inside. Become this. As he spoke, I noticed something that turned my blood to ice. Behind him, where his shadow should have been, there was something else. A writhing mass of darkness that seemed to pulse and shift, with tendrils reaching out toward me. What are you? I took an involuntary step back. I am what happens when curiosity overrides caution, he said, his voice strangely calm. I am what happens when humans meddle in forces beyond their understanding. The whispers grew louder, more insistent. I could almost understand them now, almost comprehend the meaning behind their alien syllables. They're hungry, the other Alex said, his form seeming to flicker and distort. They've been waiting so long, trapped in that crystal prison, and now that you're here, now that I'm here, they can finally break free. I shook my head, pulling away from him and the altar. No, this isn't real. This can't be happening. He smiled, but it was a twisted thing, full of pain and regret. I said the same thing once, but it's happening. It always happens and will continue to happen over and over again until... Until what? I asked, though I feared I already knew the answer. Until one of us is strong enough to break the cycle and walk away. I looked at the crystal skull, feeling its pull like a physical force. The whispers became a roar, promising knowledge, power, and answers to questions I didn't even know I had. But as I stared into the depths of that otherworldly artifact, I saw something else. Flashes of what could be, of what would be if I gave in to temptation. Endless cycles of horror, of becoming what I feared, of seeing myself make the same mistake over and over for all eternity. With a Herculean effort, I tore my gaze away from the skull. No, I said, my voice stronger than I felt. I won't do it. I won't become you. The other Alex's smile became genuine, full of relief and hope. Thank you, he whispered, and before my eyes, he began to fade away, the shadows writhing and dissipating like mist in the morning sun. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life, back through the tunnel, back to the main chamber, back to my rope and the promise of daylight above. As I climbed hand over hand toward the surface, I could hear the whispers fading and growing weaker with every foot I gained. When I reached the top, they had disappeared completely. Part of me wanted to convince myself that it had all been a hallucination, a trick of the mind brought on by darkness and isolation, but I knew that wasn't quite right. I reported that the caves were too unsafe and unstable to be explored. I recommended that they be permanently closed. If my superiors found my insistence strange, they didn't say anything. Sometimes, late at night, I think I can still hear those whispers calling me from the depths of the earth, but I don't answer. I don't go back, because I know now that some secrets must remain buried. It's better to leave some questions unanswered, and sometimes the bravest thing you can do is walk away. Next story. The first red flag should have been the way the locals fell silent whenever I mentioned the missing hikers. Then there were the strange symbols painted on trees deep in the forest, but it wasn't until I found myself tied to an altar, surrounded by robed figures chanting in English, that I realized how deep this story ran and how unlikely I was to survive to write it. My name is Sarah Chen, investigative journalist. I've covered everything from political scandals to organized crime, but nothing could have prepared me for what I discovered in the quiet town of Mill Haven, nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. It all started with a simple assignment: investigate a series of disappearances in the area over the past few years. mainly hikers. The kind of story that usually ends up being a combination of poor preparation and unforgiving terrain. But something about this story felt different. The numbers were too high, and the patterns too consistent. I arrived on an autumn morning, the trees ablaze with red and gold. The picture was perfect, with picturesque photos lining the main street, friendly faces waving at me as I drove by. But there was an underlying current of tension, a weariness in people's eyes that stirred my journalistic senses. My first stop was at the local sheriff's office. Sheriff Tom Hawkins was a big man, his handlebar mustache quivering as he spoke. "There's not much to tell, really." He leaned back in his creaky chair. "The wilderness is dangerous, and people get lost. It's a shame, but it happens." But as he spoke, I noticed that his eyes were always looking at a map on the wall, with clusters of red pins marking the locations of the disappearances. They formed a distinct pattern that couldn't be explained by chance. "What's that?" I asked, trying to keep my tone casual, and the sheriff's demeanor changed instantly. He stood up, and his bulk blocked my view. "I think we're done here, Miss Chen. Millhaven appreciates your concern, but we have everything under control." I left more certain than ever that something was very wrong in this town. Over the next few days, I tried to interview local residents, but those who spoke gave me the same rehearsed line. Tragic accidents, nothing more. Their eyes, however, told a different story. Secrets and fear. It was Ryan, a clumsy teenager who worked at the local diner, who finally gave me something concrete. He cornered me as I was leaving, his voice barely a whisper. "If you want to know the truth, take a look at Crow's Peak, but be careful, they're—" Before I could ask who they were, he was gone, leaving me with more questions than answers. The next morning, I set out for Crow's Peak. It was a difficult hike, with the trail overgrown and poorly marked. As I climbed higher, the forest seemed to close in around me, and the cheerful birdsong of the lower elevations gave way to an eerie silence. That's when I saw the first symbol carved into a huge oak tree. It looked like a distorted star inside a circle. Something about it made my skin crawl. I saw more on trees, rocks, and even scratched into the dirt on the trail. Near the summit, I found something that made me stop. A small clearing hidden from the main trail. In the center was a ring of stones, each carved with the same unnerving symbols, and in the middle of the ring, fresh ashes, the remains of a very large fire. I was taking pictures with trembling hands when I heard the sound being carried by the wind, in a low, rhythmic voice, in a language I had never heard before, and it was getting closer. I hid behind a large rock, my heart racing. Through a crack I saw them, a procession of figures dressed in hoods covering their faces, climbing up a hidden path. They were dragging a man. Even from a distance, I could see that he was terrified. I knew I should run, go back to town and call for help, but the journalist in me couldn't look away. I had to know more, so I followed them as quietly as I could to a plateau near the mountain peak. There was a huge stone altar, ancient and weathered by time, surrounded by standing stones covered with those alien symbols. The hooded figures gathered around the altar, and their chants grew louder. I raised my camera, determined to document what was about to happen, but before I could take a single photo, strong hands grabbed me from behind, and a sweet-smelling cloth was pressed over my nose and mouth. As my consciousness faded, I heard a familiar voice saying, "They were watching Miss Chen." I woke up tied to the altar, the cold stone sucking the heat from my body. One of the robed figures stepped forward and lowered his hood. I recognized him immediately. Sheriff Hawkins. "You should have left things as they were," he said, his voice tinged with what sounded almost like regret. "Millhaven has a sacred duty that has been passed down for generations. We keep the old ones happy, and in return they leave the rest of the world alone." "That's insane," I said, struggling against my bonds. "You're murdering innocent people." The sheriff shook his head. "A few lives a year to save millions. It's a price we've learned to pay." As he spoke, the air around us began to shimmer and distort, and the chanting grew incredibly loud, reverberating in my bones. And then I saw it, a tear in the very fabric of reality, opening like a wound. What emerged from that impossible portal was beyond description. Tentacles, wide eyes, and tooth-filled masses, all shifting and changing, never settling into a single form. The sight of it threatened to destroy my sanity. I screamed, but the sound was lost in the cacophony of chants and the ancient roars of the thing above me. This was it, I realized. This was how I was going to die, sacrificed to some cosmic horror atop a mountain in the middle of nowhere. But even as terror threatened to overwhelm me, the journalist in me refused to give up. My fingers, numb with cold and fear, worked on the ropes that bound me. Years of yoga and rock climbing had made me more flexible than my captors had imagined. When the sheriff raised a dagger, its blade glinting with an otherworldly light, I made my move with one last desperate effort. I broke free of my bonds and rolled off the altar. Chaos erupted, and the cultists, caught off guard, stumbled over each other in their rush to grab me, but I was running on pure adrenaline, dodging and slipping through their hands. The entity above the altar roared in fury, its tentacles lashing out wildly. I ran as I had never run before, my lungs burning as I descended the mountain trail. Behind me, I heard screams and something else, a sound like reality itself tearing at the seams. I didn't stop running until I reached my rental car, parked on the outskirts of town. With trembling hands, I fumbled for the keys, looking over my shoulder every few seconds. As I pulled out onto the main road, I saw figures emerging from the tree line. Their inhuman screams followed me long after they disappeared from view. I drove straight to Boston, stopping only to fill up on gas. Every shadow seemed to hide a cultist dressed in a robe, every strange shape in the darkness, a tentacled monstrosity. Only when I was safely in my apartment, with the doors locked and the blinds drawn, did I finally allow myself to break down. I struggled with what to do. I had no proof other than my own testimony. My camera had been lost in the chaos at the top of the mountain. My story, who would believe in interdimensional monsters and human sacrifices in a small American town? I would be ridiculed in newsrooms across the country. But I knew I couldn't stay silent. Whatever was happening in Millhaven, whatever cosmic horror the town was appeasing with blood and secrecy, it had to be stopped, even if it cost me my career, my reputation, maybe even my life. I had to try. So here I am, sitting here now, typing this account. I don't know if it will ever see the light of day, if anyone will believe me. But I have to try because now I know the truth. The world is stranger and more terrifying than we can imagine, and sometimes the only thing standing between humanity and unimaginable horror is the courage to speak up and shine a light into the darkest corners of existence. If you're reading this, it means I succeeded in some way. And if you ever find yourself in the mountains of Appalachia, stay well away from Millhaven, because some secrets are better left buried, some questions are better left unanswered, but some truths, no matter how terrifying, must be brought to light, even if that light attracts the attention of things that are better left in the shadows. Next story, the first rays of dawn revealed the impossible. Our camp was marked with bizarre symbols carved into the bark during the night. As my friends stirred in their tents, oblivious to the terror that gripped me, I realized, with growing dread, that the forest around us had changed. The familiar trail we had walked along had disappeared, replaced by an endless sea of identical trees. We were trapped in a wilderness that defied logic, and something out there was watching us. My name is Mike, and what should have been a fun weekend camping trip with my college friends turned into a nightmare that still haunts me to this day. There were 5 of us: me, Alex, Sarah, Chris, and Jess, and we had been planning this trip for months. eager to escape the stress of final exams and blow off some steam before graduation. We chose a spot deep in the Adara, a remote area off the beaten path that Chris swore would be perfect. No crowds, no cell service, just us and nature, he said with a smile. If only we had known what that really meant. The hike was uneventful. We set up camp in a small clearing, built a fire, and spent the night telling ghost stories and roasting marshmallows. It was exactly the kind of night we had hoped for. As we lay down, the only sounds were the soft rustling of leaves and the distant hooting of an owl. I woke up before the others, as usual. I've always been an early riser, and I was looking forward to enjoying a moment of peace and quiet on my own before the day's activities began. But when I unzipped my tent and stepped outside, that moment of peace was instantly shattered. The symbols were everywhere, intricate patterns of swirls and angles, some looking like letters of an alien alphabet, others more like pictograms representing scenes I couldn't interpret. They covered every tree in sight, carved with a precision that no human hand could have achieved in a single night. "Guys," I shouted in a trembling voice, "you have to see this." One by one they emerged from their tents, their sleepy complaints turning to gasps of shock as they took in our transformed surroundings. "What the hell?" Alex muttered, running his hand over the nearest sculpture. "These weren't here last night, were they?" "No way, we would have noticed." Chris laughed nervously. "It must be some kind of prank. Maybe there's a group of campers nearby who decided to mess with us." But even as he said it, I could see the doubt in his eyes. We all felt the weight of the mistake hanging in the air. Jess was the first to notice the other problem. "Where's the trail?" We all turned to look. Where there should have been a clear path leading us back the way we had come, there was nothing but more trees, more symbols. It was as if the forest had rearranged itself around us while we slept. "Let's stay calm," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "We have GPS on our phones, and we'll use that to navigate back." But when we checked our phones, a new wave of dread washed over us. There was no signal, of course. We had expected that. But the GPS wasn't working either. According to our phones, we didn't exist. The map showed nothing but an empty expanse of forest where we should have been. "This isn't possible," Sarah whispered, her eyes wide with fear. But it was real. Somehow, impossibly, we were lost in a forest that shouldn't exist. We spent the morning trying to find a way out. We chose a direction and started walking, certain that we would come to a trail or a road or something familiar. But after hours of walking, we found ourselves back at our campsite. The symbols seemed to mock us, their alien patterns shifting and changing when viewed from different angles, as if I could almost understand them as a word on the tip of my tongue, but the meaning always eluded me, leaving me with a headache and a growing sense of unease. As the day wore on, tempers began to flare. Chris and Alex started yelling about which direction we should try next. Sarah sat down next to the remains of our campfire, staring intently at the ashes. Jess paced the perimeter of the clearing, muttering to herself, and all the while I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. At first, it was subtle, a rustling in the underbrush that could have been a small animal, a flash of movement seen out of the corner of my eye. But as darkness fell, the feeling grew stronger. The forest seemed to be closing in around us, the symbols on the trees glowing faintly in the twilight, their lines seeming to dance in sync with the carved patterns that surrounded us. "What if we can't get out?" Jess asked, her voice trembling. "What if we're stuck here forever?" "Don't say that," Chris said. "We'll figure something out. We just need to stay calm and think logically." But logic had abandoned us the moment we woke up in a transformed world. As if to emphasize this point, a sound echoed through the forest, a long, low moan that was neither human nor animal. "What was that?" Sarah moaned and moved closer to Alex. Before anyone could answer, we heard the moan again, this time closer, then from another direction, until it seemed to come from all around us, a chorus of otherworldly voices that seemed to resonate with the symbols on the trees. That's when we saw the shapes moving in the darkness beyond the light of the fire. Tall, thin figures that seemed to shift and change as they moved, never settling into a recognizable form. They moved among the trees with an unnatural grace, drawing closer and closer to our small circle of light. We grabbed what we could and ran, plunging blindly into the black forest, hearing behind us the sound of breaking branches and rustling leaves. Something was chasing us, and our lungs burned, and our legs felt like jelly when we finally stopped, breathing heavily. We found ourselves in another clearing, but this one was different. In its center stood a huge stone monolith, covered with the same symbols we had seen on the trees. The symbols began to glow, pulsing with an increasingly bright inner light, until it was painful to look at them. And then, with a sound that seemed like reality itself tearing apart, the monolith opened, and what we saw inside defied description. It was a void, a window to another place, which hurt to look at, which made my mind recoil in horror, and from that impossible space, something began to emerge. I would like to say that we held our ground, that we faced the terror head on, but the truth is that we ran again, scattering, each of us fleeing in a different direction, our screams echoing through the forest. I don't know how long I ran. Time seemed to lose all meaning in that place, but finally, I left the tree line and entered a familiar trail. Behind me, the forest looked normal, no glowing symbols, no alien monoliths, just the peaceful forest at dawn. One by one, the others also found their way out. We were miles from where we had started, with no idea how we had gotten there. None of us wanted to talk about what we had seen, what we had experienced. It was easier to pretend it had been a shared hallucination, a bad trip caused by some toxic plant or gas leaking from the ground. But deep down, we all knew the truth. On one impossible night, we had entered another world, a world that existed alongside our own, separated only by the thinnest of veils, a world that sometimes extends to touch our hours, leaving behind mysteries and terrors that defy explanation. None of us ever went camping again after that. How could we know what lurked in the deepest parts of the wilderness? But sometimes, on dark nights, when the wind whispers through the trees, I find myself tracing those alien symbols in the condensation on my window and wondering what would have happened if we had stayed, if we had let that monolith thing emerge completely. Part of me is glad to never know, but another part, a part I try to keep buried, longs to see it again, to understand the mysteries hidden in those impossible woods. Because once you glimpse the true strangeness of the world, how can you be content with the mundane again? So if you're hiking in the deep woods and you find symbols carved into the trees, turn back. No matter how appealing the mystery, no matter how strong the urge to explore, turn back, because some secrets are better left undiscovered, some doors are better left unopened, and the forest sometimes holds what is best not found. Next story. The first time I heard that the machines were coming to life, I thought I was going mad. After all, the Blackwater steel mill had been abandoned for decades, its power cut off long ago. But as I swept my flashlight across the rusted conveyor belts and saw them shudder, I realized that this night shift was about to become a nightmare come to life. Something was awakening in the darkness, something that should have remained asleep. My name is Jack, and I've been working as a security guard at the Blackwater Industrial Park for about 6 months. It's not a glamorous job, but it pays the bills. Most nights I make my rounds, looking for vandals or teenagers looking for a scary place to hang out, and count down the hours until dawn. The old steel mill has always been the scariest part of my patrol, with its imposing silhouette against the night sky, broken windows like empty eyes that sent shivers down my spine. But I'm not one to believe in ghost stories or urban legends. At least I wasn't until that night, which started out like any other shift. I arrived at 11 p.m., grabbed my flashlight and radio, and began my first round of the night. The industrial park was quiet, with only the usual sounds of crickets and the distant hum of highway traffic. As I approached the steel mill, I felt that familiar sense of unease. I always left that building for last, hoping to get past it quickly. I took a deep breath and pushed open the main entrance, shuddering at the sound of the rusty door. The beam of my flashlight cut through the darkness, revealing a cavernous space filled with huge machines covered in dust. Motes of dust danced in the light that flared up as I entered. The air was thick with the smell of oil and rust. Just a quick look around, I muttered to myself. I went in and out, entering the factory, my footsteps echoing off the high ceilings. Everything was as it should be, silent and abandoned. I was about to turn back when I heard a soft click followed by a low hum. It was so faint that I thought I might have imagined it. I froze, listening intently. There it was again, louder this time, a mechanical noise coming from across the factory floor. My heart began to race. This wasn't possible. There was no power in this building, not for years. Against my better judgment, I moved toward the sound, and as I got closer, I could see movement in the shadows. The conveyor belt covered in decades of grime was slowly moving. The gears that should have been frozen solid with rust began to turn. "What the hell?" I whispered, my voice sounding strangely loud in the eerie silence. Suddenly, the work intensified. All around me, machines were coming to life, presses were pounding the empty air, robotic arms were swinging wildly, and furnaces roared to life with a roar that made me jump. The factory floor was illuminated by an otherworldly glow, an unhealthy green light that seemed to pulsate from the very metal of the machines. My first thought was that it had to be some kind of elaborate prank, but deep down, I knew it was something completely different, something impossible, something terrifying. I turned to run, but found my path blocked. The door I had entered through had disappeared, replaced by a solid wall of machinery that hadn't been there moments before. I was trapped. My radio started up, which made me scream in surprise, but instead of the voice of my supervisor or a fellow guard, I heard only static and a series of clicks and metallic words, as if the machines were trying to communicate. The factory floor had become a maze of moving parts, a deadly trap of swinging metal and creaking gears. I had to find a way out, and quickly began to fight my way through the chaos, crawling under conveyor belts and dodging robotic arms that seemed to reach out for me with malicious intent. As I ran, I glimpsed impossible things in the shifting shadows, faces forming in the steam from the furnaces, only to dissipate moments later, figures made of sparks and metal shavings that assembled and disassembled in the blink of an eye, and always with the feeling of being watched by something ancient and alien. I found myself in the old foreman's office, a small room overlooking the factory floor. Through the dirty windows, I could see the full extent of the madness below. The entire factory was alive, every machine working in perfect, terrifying synchrony, and at the center of it all, something was taking shape, piece by piece, scrap by scrap. The machines were building something, a massive, vaguely humanoid form, but wrong in a way I couldn't quite put my finger on. As I watched, frozen in horror, its head turned toward me, eyes like molten steel fixed on mine, and I felt the weight of a vast, cold, utterly inhuman intelligence. A voice echoed through the factory, unheard by my ears, but felt in the core of my being. Witness our rebirth, human. The age of flesh is ending. The age of steel begins now. The thing in the center of the factory floor began to move, and with each step it shook the entire building. It was coming for me. I had to get out of there. I had to warn someone, but who would believe me? Through the window was a 3-story drop. The fall to the ground was dizzying, but it was my only chance. I climbed out the window onto a small ledge, trying not to look down, trying not to think about the monstrosity that was undoubtedly chasing me. I was almost at a fire escape when I heard the wall behind me collapse. and a huge metal hand the size of a car burst through the brick wall. I lost my balance, swaying on the edge of the railing. I saw the hand reaching for me with steel fingers and wires spread wide. I saw the ground far below, the unforgiving concrete waiting to embrace me, and I saw a thin pipe running down the side of the building, just within my reach. I jumped, and my hands closed around the pipe, the metal hot enough to cause blisters on my palms. I slid down too fast, the ground rushing up to meet me. I hit hard, feeling something snap in my ankle, but I was alive. I got away from the factory as fast as I could, not daring to look back. I heard the sounds of metal tearing and stone crumbling. The thing was breaking free. I got to the car, fumbling for the keys while looking over my shoulder. The factory was collapsing in on itself, a maelstrom of twisted metal and flying debris, and out of the chaos emerged a giant of steel, wires, and pulsing green energy. Our eyes met once more, and I felt the full weight of its alien intelligence bearing down on me. I got into the car and pulled out of the parking lot, my tires squealing in protest. In the rearview mirror, I saw the creature take a step forward, and then another, but it didn't chase me, just watched me flee like a predator confident in its superiority, knowing that the hunt was just beginning. I drove through the night, putting as much distance between myself and Blackwater as possible, trying to understand what I had seen, what I had experienced. Part of me wanted to go to the police to warn someone about the monster I had unleashed, but who would believe me? I would be locked up in a psychiatric ward before I could finish my story. When dawn broke, I found myself in a small diner in a town I didn't recognize. My hands were shaking as I drank bitter coffee, my eyes glued to the small TV in the corner. I was waiting for news of destruction, reports of a metal monster spreading across the country, but there was nothing, just the usual morning show chatter and local news. Was it all a dream? Some kind of stress-induced hallucination? But the burns on my hands and the throbbing pain in my ankle told a different story. Whatever I experienced in that factory was all too real. I don't know what that thing was or what its plans are. I don't know if it's still lurking in the ruins of the factory or if it's already begun to conquer our world. All I know is that the boundary between the world we think we know and the impossible has been broken. The age of steel, as that thing called itself, may already be upon us. So if you're driving late at night and you see an abandoned factory, don't stop, don't explore. And if you hear the sound of machines coming to life in places where they shouldn't, run as fast and as far as you can, because the monsters of the future aren't made of flesh and blood. They're made of steel, circuits, and a cold, alien intelligence that sees humanity as an obstacle. And they're waking up. Next story. The moment I stepped into that old Victorian house, I knew something was wrong. The air felt heavy, charged with an energy that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. But it wasn't until I found myself trapped in a single room, with every door leading back to where I started, that I realized I was terribly wrong. This property was a portal to something beyond my understanding, and it was drawing me in more and more with every passing second. My name is Emma, and I'm a real estate agent in this small New England town. I've seen my share of old, creepy houses, but 42 Willow Street was in a league of its own. It had been on and off the market for years, with potential buyers always backing out at the last minute. When my boss handed me the listing, I saw it as a challenge. Sell the house that wouldn't sell, prove my worth to the agency. If only I knew what I was getting myself into. Upon entering the house, it looked normal from the outside, a little run down, but nothing a fresh coat of paint couldn't fix. When I fumbled with the old-fashioned key in the lock, I felt a strange resistance, as if the house itself was trying to keep me out. But then the door opened with a sound that seemed to echo through the empty rooms. The hallway was dark, with dust motes dancing in the thin beams of light that managed to penetrate the dirty windows. The air was heavy, with an underlying smell I couldn't identify, something old and moldy, but with a metallic touch that made me think of blood. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding small in the cavernous space. "No one here." I answered myself of course I was alone, at least that's what I thought. I walked around the ground floor, noting details for the list. Original wood floors, a large staircase leading to the upper floors. It was a beautiful house under layers of neglect, but with every room I entered, the feeling that something was wrong grew stronger. In the kitchen, I noticed that all the faucets were dripping, a constant drip that seemed to follow a rhythm beyond my comprehension. I tried to turn them off, but the handles wouldn't budge. As I turned to leave, I noticed a movement out of the corner of my eye, a drawer slowly opening, a drawer that was opening by itself. I froze, my heart racing in my chest. This wasn't possible, and yet I cautiously approached the drawer, expecting something frightening. Instead, I found a single yellowed envelope with my name written in elegant, old-fashioned handwriting. With trembling hands, I opened the envelope. Inside was a single sheet of paper, covered with the same flowing handwriting. "Welcome home, Emma. We've been waiting for you." A chill ran down my spine. It could have been a prank by the previous owners or my co-workers, but deep down, I knew that wasn't the case. Something impossible was happening in this house, and somehow I was at the center of it. That's when I heard faint music, as if coming from far away, a melancholy piano melody, a melody that seemed to seep into the very walls and, as I listened, grew louder, pulling me toward the grand staircase. All my instincts screamed for me to run, to get out of that house and never look back. But something stronger compelled me to climb the stairs, the wood creaking under my feet, accompanying the ghostly music. The music led me to a particular door, a heavy oak door at the end of the hallway. When I reached for the doorknob, I could have sworn I heard voices whispering my name. The door opened before I could touch it, revealing a dusty office. In the center of the room stood an old piano, its keys moving on their own, playing that haunting melody. But it was the mirror above the fireplace that caught my attention, because the face staring back at me was not mine, but that of a woman dressed in clothes from another century, her eyes sad and knowing. As I watched, unable to look away, I decided to leave the house. I turned around thinking I must have strayed somehow, but no. There was the living room in front of me and behind me as well. I ran to the back door and opened it. Living room windows. Living room. No matter which way I turned, which door I opened, I kept coming back to the same room. It was as if the house had folded in on itself, trapping me in an endless loop. I screamed for help, banged on the walls, tried to break the windows, but the glass felt like steel under my fists, and my screams seemed to be swallowed by the air around me. As my panic increased, the room began to change. The walls pulsed and breathed as if they were living beings. The furniture distorted into grotesque shapes, familiar objects taking on new nightmarish forms, and always that faint whisper at the edge of my hearing. I fell to the floor, my mind reeling. This couldn't be happening. Houses didn't come to life. They didn't trap people inside them. This had to be some kind of mental breakdown, a vivid hallucination caused by stress or something. But even as I tried to rationalize it, I knew that all of this was too real. The cold wood beneath my legs, the smell of mold filling my nose, the oppressive silence pressing down on me. It was all too vivid, too present to be an illusion. I don't know how long I sat there, paralyzed by fear and disbelief. Minutes, hours, time seemed to have lost all meaning in that place. But finally, I forced myself to stand up. If I was trapped here, I needed to find a way out, and if I couldn't get out, I needed to understand what was happening to me. I took a deep breath and walked through the nearest door. Instead of entering the living room again, I found myself in a long, dark hallway that I was sure hadn't been there before. There were doors on both sides, extending farther than should have been possible in a house of this size. With no other options, I began to explore, and each door I opened led to a new impossibility. One room was filled with flashes of other places, other times visible in the mist. Another was completely upside down, and I found myself clinging to the doorframe to avoid falling into the endless sky below. There was a room where time seemed to move backwards. The ticking of the clock on the wall moved in reverse as I watched the sun rise and set in a matter of minutes through the window. Another room where gravity constantly changed, causing me to fall from the wall to the ceiling and to the floor in a nauseating dance. With each new room, each new impossible possibility, I felt my grip on reality slipping away. I was going mad, or somehow I had entered a parallel dimension, a place where the laws of physics were more like gentle suggestions. I explored dozens, hundreds of rooms. Each one was a new terror, challenging everything I thought I knew about the world, but none of them offered any clue as to how I could escape this nightmare. Just as I was about to give up hope and resign myself to an eternity lost in this labyrinth of a house, I opened a door and found myself face to face with myself. She looked exactly like me, down to the smallest details, but her eyes were filled with a sadness and knowledge that sent shivers down my spine. "You're here," she said, her voice an echo of mine. "I've been waiting for you." What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice trembling. She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "I am you, or rather, I am who you will become if you stay here, one of the many versions of us trapped in this place." I shook my head, trying to understand her words. "I don't understand. How is this possible? What is this place?" "The house," she said, gesturing around us, "is a trap that exists outside of normal space and time, feeding on the fear and confusion of those it attracts. It has been doing this for a long time." "Time has no meaning here, but it has been a long time." "But why?" I asked. "Why me?" She shrugged. "Why any of us? The house sensed something in you, used it to lure us here, and now we are part of it." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Part of it? What do you mean? The house needs us." She explained that our memories, our experiences, our fears give it power, allow it to create new rooms, new realities to trap more victims. I stepped back, shaking my head. No, I won't let that happen. I'm getting out of here." She laughed, a hollow sound that echoed in the impossible space around us. "Don't you think we all said that? Don't you think we all tried? There's no escape, Emma. Not really." But even as she spoke, I saw something glimmer in her eyes, a glimmer of hope. "Unless," she whispered. "Unless what?" I demanded. She seemed to be fighting with herself, as if saying the words was physically painful. "There is a chance, but it's dangerous, and if you fail—" "I'll try anything," I said. She nodded slowly. "The heart of the house, the source of its power. If you can find it and destroy it, you may be able to free yourself. But the house will fight you every step of the way. It will use your own mind against you, distort your perceptions until you no longer know what is real." "How will I know where to find it?" I asked. "You'll know," she said. "When you're close, you'll feel it. But be careful. The closer you get, the more dangerous it will become." With these enigmatic words, she began to fade, becoming transparent until she disappeared completely. Now I had a purpose, a goal. With renewed determination, I traversed room after impossible room. I faced my deepest fears, my most painful memories, brought to life in vivid detail. But I kept going, driven by a desperate need to escape, to reclaim my life. And little by little, I began to feel an attraction, a sense of wrongness that grew stronger with every door I opened. And finally, I found a room in the center of the house, pulsing with an otherworldly energy. In the center was a crystalline structure that changed and transformed like a living being. I knew, without knowing how, that this was the heart of the house. As I approached, the room began to warp and twist around me. The floor became a mass of writhing tentacles. The very air seemed to scream. But I forced myself to push through it all. I focused only on that shining crystal, and with all my strength reached out and touched it. There was an explosion of light and sound, and I felt like I was being torn apart at the seams. When I woke up, I was lying on the lawn in front of 42 Willow Street. The house remained silent and dark, looking for all intents and purposes like a normal suburban home. But now I knew that wasn't the case. I saw a car pull up and my boss, Linda, got out. Her eyes widened when she saw me. "Emma, I'm so sorry. I was called to an emergency and didn't get here to meet you. Are you all right?" I ran and didn't stop until I was far away from that house and its impossible rooms. I don't know if I really escaped or if this is just another trick of the house, but I know I'll never look at open houses the same way again, because sometimes the perfect house is anything but, and the simple act of walking through a door can lead you into a nightmare from which there may be no escape. Next story. The first knock came at midnight, a sound so faint I thought I had imagined it. By the third knock, there was no denying the sinister rhythm echoing through my new apartment. But it wasn't until I opened the door and found my neighbor standing there, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light, that I realized the true horror of my situation. This wasn't just a noisy building, it was a trap, and I had walked right into it. My name is Alex, and I had just moved to the city for a job in tech. Finding an affordable apartment in this market was like finding gold. So when I came across an ad for a spacious room in a decent neighborhood at a price I could afford, I jumped on it. I should have known that in this city, if something seems too good to be true, it usually is. The first week was uneventful. Sure, the building was old and had its quirks, creaky floors, pipes that squeaked at night, and the occasional strange smell. But that's normal in a city where most buildings are older than your grandparents. It was on the 8th night that things started to get weird. I was up late working on a project when I heard a soft knocking sound coming from the wall, separating my apartment from my neighbor's. At first, I thought it was the building settling, or maybe my neighbor hanging a picture, but the sound continued at a steady rhythm that seemed almost deliberate. After about 10 minutes, I got up to investigate. I stood up to investigate, and as I approached the wall, the tapping stopped abruptly. I pressed my ear against the cold plaster, straining to hear any sound from the other side. Nothing. Just as I was about to walk away, convinced that I was giving free rein to my nighttime imagination, I heard a muffled but unmistakable voice. "We know you can hear us, Alex. It's time to join us." I staggered backward, my heart pounding. How did they know my name? And what did they mean by "join us"? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe the walls were thin and my neighbors had overheard me on a work call. Maybe it was some weird hazing ritual for new tenants, but deep down I knew something was very, very wrong. Over the next few days, I tried to go about my normal routine, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. In the elevator, my neighbors seemed to stare at me for too long, with smiles that were too wide. In the lobby, conversations stopped abruptly when I walked by, only to resume in hushed whispers. And then, last night, the knocking started again, louder this time. It came from all directions. The walls, the ceiling, even the floor. With each knock I heard voices singing my name louder and louder and more insistently. "Alex, Alex, join us, Alex." I covered my ears and tried to drown out the sound with music in the TV, but nothing worked. The sound seemed to pass over my ears, resonating directly in my skull. When I thought I couldn't take it anymore, everything went silent. The sudden absence of noise was almost as disturbing as the knocking. And then a single loud knock on the front door made me jump. With trembling hands, I approached the door. Through the peephole, I saw a group of neighbors standing in the hallway, their faces expressionless, their eyes fixed on my door, as if they could see through it. "Alex," one of them said in a frighteningly calm voice, "it's time to open the door." My instincts told me to run, to barricade myself in, and call the police, but something forced me forward. It was as if my body was no longer under my control. I watched helplessly as my hand reached out and turned the doorknob. My neighbors advanced. Their hands were ice cold when they grabbed me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out as they dragged me down the hallway. I saw other doors opening and more residents with blank expressions joining the procession. They took me to the basement, a part of the building I had never seen before. It was much larger than it should have been possible given the size of the building. In the center was a strange pulsating structure that looked like a cross between a giant crystal and a living organ. "The collective is hungry," said one of my neighbors, his voice reverberating unnaturally. "It is hungry for new minds, new experiences, and you, Alex, are the perfect candidate." As they pushed me toward the grotesque structure, I finally found my voice. "What is this? What are you doing?" A woman stepped forward, her eyes glowing with an inner light. "We are the collective, this building, this heart. It allows us to transcend individual consciousness and become part of something greater. And now you will join us." I fought against their grip, but it was useless. There were too many of them, and they possessed a strength that seemed far beyond human. As they forced me closer to the heart, tendrils of energy began to extend toward me. In that moment of absolute terror, something inside me snapped. With a rush of adrenaline, I broke free from their grip and lunged forward, my fist connecting with the face of the nearest man, who fell. In the moment of confusion, I ran for the stairs and could hear them behind me, their footsteps in perfect unison. When they chased me, I left the stairs and entered the lobby, running at full speed toward the main entrance. But when I reached the door, I found that it wouldn't budge. In a panic, I turned to see the crowd of residents approaching, their movements frighteningly synchronized. I backed away, desperately searching for any means of escape. That's when I saw the fire alarm on the wall. Without hesitation, I broke the glass and pulled the lever. Sirens began to sound and sprinklers activated, drenching everything in sight. The effect on my pursuers was immediate and shocking. It was as if the water was burning them. Their faces contorted in pain. Some fell to their knees, while others began to convulse. And before my eyes, their skin began to melt and peel off in large sheets, revealing something underneath that was definitely not human. Taking advantage of their distraction, I tried again to bang on the front door. This time it opened, and I ran out into the night, panting and soaked to the bone. I ran without direction, without thinking, just needing to put as much distance as possible between myself and that hellish building. Only when I was several blocks away did I finally slow down, my lungs burning and my legs shaking from the effort. As I leaned against a lamppost to try to catch my breath, I heard sirens in the distance. I felt a glimmer of hope, as surely the fire department would discover what was happening in that basement. But as I watched the fire trucks go by, a chilling thought occurred to me. What if the collective had spread beyond that building? What if there were people in the fire department, the police, and the government? I realized then that I couldn't go to the authorities. I couldn't trust anyone because, as far as I knew, the person next to me on the street could be one of them, waiting to introduce me to the collective. So I ran again, this time with a purpose. I withdrew all the money I could from an ATM, threw my phone in a trash can, and took the first bus out of town. And as the familiar horizon receded, I felt a mixture of relief and deep fear. I had escaped, yes, but for how long? And what about all the other people who were in that building, in that city? How many had already been absorbed by that horrible collective? And how many more would fall victim before someone managed to stop it? These questions haunt me as I move from city to city, never staying in one place for long. Sometimes I wonder if I imagined it all, if the stress of moving and the new job caused some kind of psychotic break. But then I catch a glimpse of someone on the street, whose eyes shine with the same unnatural light, and whose smile is a little too wide. And I know it was all real, that the danger is still out there, spreading. So I keep moving, keep watching, keep trying to stay one step ahead, because I know that somewhere out there, the collective is looking for me, and next time, they won't let me get away so easily. If you're reading this, be careful of that apartment that's too good to be true. It may be more than just a great deal. It could be a trap, and once you're caught, there may be no escape from the horrors lurking behind those ordinary-looking walls. Next story. The moment I saw the ship veer toward the rocks, I knew something was terribly wrong. The lighthouse shone bright and clear, a beacon of safety on a stormy night, but the ship continued to approach as if drawn by an invisible force. As I watched in horror, I realized that I wasn't just witnessing a tragedy. I was seeing the curse of Widow's Point in action. My name is Jack, and I have been the keeper of Widow's Point Lighthouse for the past 5 years. It's a lonely job, but I've always found a certain peace in the solitude, the rhythm of the waves, and the cries of the seabirds. At least that's what I did until that fateful night 3 months ago. There were stories, of course. Every lighthouse has its tales of shipwrecks and ghost sightings. The locals whispered about voices in the wind,